Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream today. Sorry if I'm not myself, my normal upbeat person. I think, yeah. Hope the sound is all right. So today it is a bit a hard day for myself. It's the My son would be 14 years old today. So it's a day that I take normally off to reflect and just to spend the day with myself. But because we are in the middle of a trial, I didn't want to for you to guys to miss the trial, and I like consistency, and it's just um I like to keep doing it. It keeps me distracted. It is something completely different for me to think about. Good morning, Denise. Welcome in. And it is Friday. It's the end of the week. We've had a good week so far. It's been a great time to spend with you guys. And everything. Sorry, I'm just trying to set up something that I should have done probably before I went live, but things never work out the way you expect. Sorry. So yeah, so today's day 3 of this trial, which I initially thought that was probably going to be the last day of the trial, but apparently not. I was checking the court schedule to this morning, the court records, and they have scheduled next week. They are Monday and Tuesday. Remember when the judge, I think it was the judge or one of the attorneys, said about Monday possibility not having a court date? Well, that might not be true. We might be live streaming on Monday the trial, because they are on a schedule Monday and Tuesday. So I from Tuesday there is nothing else, but they are on schedule for Monday and Tuesday. So, but I mean, no matter how long the trial is going to be, we're going to be covering. Good morning, Toxic. Welcome in. Um, so that is the update on the terms of scheduling. Uh, Also, I did some investigation yesterday and a bit this morning about the child and the parents' rights in Florida, and I could not find anything in terms of that comes to the client attorney privilege. Um, Thank you, Lois. I'm trying not to cry on stream, even though you guys can see me, and I apologize for no camera today, but I don't think I am brave enough today to be on camera. So that's why the voice and the counter, and then the stream eventually it is coming up. But talking about, there is like obviously all the normal parental rights of providing and doing all the education, the upbringing in terms of the moral and religious training of the minor up until the time they turn 18 years old. But nothing talks about phones or having a look at information from attorney-client privilege. So did not see anything on that side of things. But doesn't mean that it is. Probably the attorneys will find something better than I did, and that's where we're gonna see. Um, Thank you. You're gonna make me cry, toxic. Thank you. So I did not find anything in terms of legal, because probably I don't have the legal, well, definitely not have legal resources as the lawyers have, especially the other attorney that he is a family law attorney also, which I still cannot find any information on that gentleman, because is a big mystery. Is not on any court documents. Sorry, Fid just went live, so I just put that on. Um, so I cannot find nothing on that gentleman, and it's just a little bit weird that is not on the court records, is not on the parties of this case. I cannot find any document with his name. I know, I think his last name is Henry, because that's what the judge called Mr. Henry. But I don't know if it is that his first name, last name, or what it is, which is a little bit odd to me. Um, but yeah, so in terms of I'm sorry, in terms of the documents, in terms of the legal parental rights and the child's rights, they are pretty similar, because obviously what the dad does, and so to them it's just similar. It doesn't talk about, well, the part that I found did not talk about anything of the, in terms of client attorney privilege when a child is a minor. Obviously, when it becomes an adult, they have the same right as everybody else, but when they are minors, I don't know. I could not find. My apologies for that. But I also am going to be working on a new video for the channel, maybe sometime next week, of a UK case that, well, let's just um say it is interesting. So this case, it's there is obviously a woman that was a little bit had a grudge against her partner, that they broke up, and then the partner got a new person. So um so this woman used fort selfies to harass the ex, the partner of her ex. And this is obviously over here in the UK, because only in the UK this would happen. And she's facing prison over it, because she was saying sending fart selfies to this girl, the partner's girlfriend, the ex-partner's new girlfriend. So can you imagine going to prison over sending that to someone? It's just absolutely, well, ridiculous is one word to say. Unfoundable, it's another one. Just crazy, it is another one. I mean, she ruined her life literally, because she has a criminal record now, and she probably some job she was not gonna ever be able to have because of her crime. And but can you imagine someone asking, what are you in for? And you have to say, oh, I am in because I sent fart selfies to my partner's girlfriend. I mean, it's just absolutely. Oh, hello, good morning, Nessie, welcome in. um oh no. My phone is like, oh no, I'm so sorry your phone is acting up. Okay, at least we will try to compute to behave while you are on a work computer. I don't promise anything, but we'll try. But welcome in. Hope your day goes well. Oh, oh, it's Denise. Sorry, I did not see the picture. I was just looking, but still, we'll try to still behave a little bit, because it's but hello. Welcome, lol. I hope still you have a good day anyway, no matter what. And well, at least it's a new viewer. I'm joking. um but yeah, so that case, I really want to dig a little bit more on that case. um but it's just, I incredible, like, the stupidity of this case is so high that, I mean, it's, how can you get convicted about that? And like, true is harassment, you're harassing someone, um sending those kinds of things, but getting convicted and going to jail over it is just so ridiculously unsmart. Because I wish I could say the other word, but um yeah. Also, by the way, I can put the links in the chat. Give me 1 second. So Discord has a few new things going on. Once So we have an X account, the Twitter, we have the normal server, and then we also have a YouTube channel. I'll put the YouTube channel separately, as I couldn't fit in there. So in the last link that I'll drop, that's the YouTube channel for the Discord server. I will next time I'll talk about this. Hopefully, in another stream, I'm very excited about it. I'm not just to sound very monotone about it, but it's growing, and it is a very great privilege to be included in the Discord family and to be part of that community as well. So check it out when you have a minute as well. Consider giving a follow, a subscribe to the YouTube channel, a follow on X, and join the Discord server as well, because you can find documents and everything there. And yeah, so that is something new that's come up. So yeah, so court is about to start. We are on day 3 of the defense. I think today we're going to carry on listening to the ring cameras, and we're going to find out. Oh, I'm going to thank you, Lois. Thank you for that. I'm glad that you guys cannot see me right now because I'm crying, but that is okay. Thank you for the support. Sorry, my voice. Thank you, guys. Give me a minute. Sorry. So, again, thank you, Lois, for your support. You've been amazing. Everyone has been amazing to the channel, and I appreciate every single one of you. That has helped us grow the Discord and the channel as well. And I really appreciate you all. But like I was saying, today we'll have the rest of the ring videos. We will see what is the judge's decision of the prophet of yesterday, in terms if he's gonna allow or not the what he was saying about allowing the prosecution ask about ownership of the phone to the lead detective that it was on a stand. And then we're gonna go go from there. So that is gonna be exciting today. I think today we're gonna have a full day of witnesses. It's gonna be back to back, and we might even hear the state resting because they say that they did not had a lot more to go. And I mean, we are listening to the lead detective of the case. So normally that happens when we are getting close to the end of the state's case, and then I'm still expecting, for example, the grandma to come, and expecting as well the Emmy to come. And I'm sure we're gonna still have some more deputies and everything to go through, because there was a lot of people involved in this case because of all the altercations and the whole situation that has happened throughout the case. So yeah, so that's probably what it is gonna happen as well. Um, that today, and then they might even rest. I don't know. I guess we'll see. And we might on Monday have to come and start the defense case in chief. So, and which I'm expecting Colin to testify, because I mean, he's claiming self-defense, so I think he kind of has to testify, isn't it? It's not like an obligation, but it's almost sorry, just replying to a text that needed to be replied. But yeah, it's not it's almost as an obligation that he has to testify about in this case, because he's claiming self-defense. And when you claim self-defense, you kind of have to present your case, not so much more about with witnesses, but also yourself, like happened in the Sarah Boone trial. And hopefully that's what's gonna happen in this case. So yeah, we're gonna have that. There is a lot of, again, today there's a more motions hearings on the Karen Reid case. I think I'm gonna watch that later or even tomorrow. Tomorrow we also gonna have the, I know it's already happened, but I want to at least just put a bow on the case, and then we can finally move on out of Natalie Cochran case. Tomorrow I think I put at 5 p.m. UK time, which would be, sorry, I'm trying to do math, 12 p.m. Eastern, that we're gonna catch up on the Mercy or No Mercy side of it. Obviously, probably all of us know how that ended, but I've seen some spiciness, but I want to see it all, and I just want as a completion and put the bow on the case and then move on. So don't feel like you have to come. It is absolutely okay if you don't want to, because you've already seen it. But I do want to just give it a final send off type thing, because there's a high possibility. Oh, okay, I'll see you in a minute, Toxic. There is a high possibility that we are not gonna hear from Natalie for a while, because throughout the appeals and everything. So we'll see what happens, but that's probably a while that we're not gonna hear. So that's why I want to do it, just to put the final bow on the case. The camera today keeps moving. I don't know. They are yet again late. Probably one of the juries is late again, because someone has been late almost every single day, and that's why they have been, well, normally late. Um, for what I've heard. In terms of like my research that I was doing into Charles and Grandma and everything, there's not much more. There was a very spicy family, that I tell you. They were not happy with each other, I think, after the divorce, or was something has happened, because there were a lot of protective orders against each other. There were a lot of unhappiness between Grandma and Charles, apparently. I don't think Grandma would like Charles very much. So that did not help the whole ordeal. So yeah, so there's a lot of court cases and a lot of judgments with Kathy, not like criminal things, but protective orders, I think, from Charles. So something very like unhealthy happened there. Um, so yeah, I, in terms of the trial, we're trying to start pretty soon. Um, Yesterday the state, the case for the state did not start very strongly in the beginning of the day, but at the end of the day, it did finish quite strong with the videos. I think the videos have been very, very helpful for Han Solo, for the prosecutor. Oh, call is in again with his hand is in his pocket. He always has, and again he's going to be behind the prosecutor, behind the attorney. So because I think they are doing a tactic of trying to hide him from the cameras, which I understand and which I don't understand anyway. But Amy is not happy. She's pointing at the camera, I think. She's like, she's not a happy lady. She's looking at the camera, not very impressed, I think, that they are filming them. I don't know. I think, yeah. Ooh, because probably the judge is not on a record and the camera's recording. Oh, she's gonna say something. Okay, judge is on the bench.
You may be seated. Morning, Judge. Good morning. Yes, hold on just a second. My computer is black. That's not a good sign. has been one of those mornings. Hey, can you call IT? My computer suddenly will not power on. Is present with both his lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state. The jury is on the way up. Mr. Hertel tells me, but before that, do either of you have any authority on the issue that we were discussing yesterday?
I do, Your Honor. I found a couple of cases that seem quite illuminating. Your Honor, beginning with Tallman v. State, for the record, that's 120 Southern 3rd, 593. Tallman is spelled Tallman. And on page 1 and 2, it mentions that a juvenile does not have the right to exclude a parent from access or control over his or her personal belongings. To hold as such would undermine the inherent authority of a parent. The second case, State v. SD. And for the record, that is 758 Southern 2nd, 1253. Has a similar holding, including, we hold that by virtue of his parental authority, the father's consent overrides the juvenile's objection. And then it talks about some of the rationale behind that, including a father has the responsibility and authority for the discipline, training, and control of his children. And the exercise of his parental authority, a father has full access to the room set aside for his son for purposes of fulfilling his right and duty to control his son's social behavior and obtain obedience. When a parent basically, the parent can, like the first case said, can do as they see fit. The parent is exercising his or her parental authority and control over the unemancipated minor child. So I would submit that those two cases coincide with one of the court's inquiry regarding that subject matter, Your Honor, that would further support the finding that the text message in conjunction with the attorney-client privilege law and argument and subject matter we discussed, that should be admissible, Your Honor.
And did you place the case names on the record yet?
Yes, Your Honor.
You did? All right. Ms. Thornhill?
I have a response, as well as some cases, but I'll get to them if that's all right.
All right.
First, I found no authority that talks about a parent's unlimited right to go through everything. I understand the cases that Mr. Levine cited in connection with the Fourth Amendment issue, but of course, we're dealing with a different issue slightly. So, parental rights assume that the parent is acting in the best interest of the child. I think that's the foundation. But the child also has rights vis-a-vis the parents, and those rights change over time with the age of the child, right? So a 2-year-old or a 4-year-old, obviously a parent has much more control and much more ability and authority to intervene in their child's behavior, their belongings. As the child gets older, the child's rights increase in relation to their parents. At any rate, even if you find that this mother, Kathy Griffith, had the right to snoop or right to go through Collin's cell phone, I still have arguments that relate to his right under the Fifth Amendment and his Sixth Amendment and his privilege to communicate privately with his attorney. So first, the privilege is only waived if at the time the communication was made, Collin intended it to be disclosed. And you mentioned, should he known or should have known that his mom might look. That's possible, but we still have to look at his intent and then what the mother did with her, I'm gonna call it snooping, looking. When we talk about people who are in jail, inmates, even though they have very restricted liberties and their right to privacy is severely curtailed, there is still a means by which they can communicate privately with their lawyer, right? So we have attorney booths at our jail that are private, are not monitored. So they have that ability to exercise their privilege. If an inmate makes a choice to call their attorney from the monitored line, say just call on the phone, they are warned at the outset. This is being recorded and monitored. Anything you say is not private. And if they choose to use that phone, then shame on them and the privilege is waived. But the important thing is that they have a feasible option to exercise their confidentiality privilege. But what choice did Collin have? We talked about this. Could he have made a phone call? As you pointed out, there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the house that could have picked it up. Could he have gone to his attorney's office? He didn't drive, he didn't have a license. Could he have called his grandmother in another county? Possibly, but is that reasonable? A child has restricted agency by virtue of them being a child. He didn't have any other feasible options. And I don't think a child should have to give up a privilege because they are a child, which is essentially what the state's wanting you to find, is that unless the child can somehow on their own, or if their parent's not willing to cooperate, can get to their attorney's office and go inside the office without their parent, then they can't exercise their privilege. It's like putting the burden on the child to do something extra to preserve a privilege that other people have easier access to, which seems unfair. But in addition to that, Judge, I may have been wrong in how I deal with parents who want to be present in privileged conversations. Because the case law indicates that due to parental authority, that also includes duty. Because parents are close advisors, and it's natural that a child would seek advice from a parent, and that a parent would want to be involved to some extent in making sure that their child is represented adequately. Also to facilitate the communications, so driving the child to the office, providing the phone by which the child could call their attorney. There is a case that I found, nothing in Florida that's directly on point with this particular issue. It's Doe versus Town of Greenwich. It's 473 Federal Supplement 54. It's from the District of Connecticut from 2020. A brief rundown of the facts. Two minors had an interaction where the female alleged that the male had attacked her, had sexually assaulted her. It's not a criminal case. The girl's family, on her behalf, sued the the town of Greenwich saying that they had not provided adequate supervision and investigated the criminal case adequately. So that's kind of neither here nor there. At any rate, the suit was between the girl and her family and the town. The girl's family, and it's unclear how they got these emails, but they obtained emails between the boy, now he was a non-party, but the boy and his lawyer and the boy and his headmaster from his school that discussed what he had discussed with his lawyer. All right, so the kid himself actually disclosed to a third person, his headmaster, communications between him and his lawyer. And the federal district court held that even though the other side already had them, and even though the child had purposely, so very different than what we have here, purposely told somebody about those communications and shared them, that the attorney-client privilege still existed and that those communications were not admissible in court. So a couple things with this case. The court found, they talk about how minors are treated differently than adults out of a recognition that they do not always know, due to lack of maturity and world experience, what it is they should be doing or not doing. And given the various protections afforded minors in the law, it seems particularly harsh to summarily find that Roe, the boy, waived his attorney-client privilege when he shared privileged communications with his headmaster. During the investigation, Roe, the boy, was 16 years old. There was an investigation into his behaviors that left him scared and anxious, and it's clear that he considered his headmaster to be a friend and source of guidance and support. It goes on to say that under the circumstances presented, the court concludes that Roe did not waive his attorney-client privilege by virtue of his disclosures to the headmaster. So it talks about the protection of children and their rights, given their unique positions as sort of subservient to adults in their life. I would argue that the headmaster is analogous to Kathy Griffith. It's not a completely on point analogy, but Collin communicating with his lawyer and knowing that his mom might find it doesn't excuse, and this is something that this case also discusses, doesn't excuse what the mom does with it later. And that's my second point. That's that, okay, so maybe you find she had an absolute right to look through his communications with his lawyer. Or maybe, as her duty as a parent, once she realized they were privileged communications, she has a duty to act in the best interests of the child and not go sharing those with other people. And certainly that shouldn't translate to, if she does make the bad decision to breach the attorney-client privilege, to allow it to be admissible in a court of law against her child. She also was the alleged victim in that particular case. So she bears some responsibility in doing what's best for Collin. I think she violated that duty by sending it on. And even though the cat's out of the bag now, I don't think that her maybe having a right to go through clearly privileged communications gives the state the right to use that in this criminal case. She was the parent has to act in the child's best interest, as I said. But even if you're engaging in some weighing of the rights and responsibilities and duties and, you know, the duty of a child to obey their parent, it doesn't wipe away the privilege that exists. I provided RLR 116 Southern 3rd 570 from the 3rd District Court of Appeal in 2013.
You have not given me that yet.
No, I gave it to you at the hearing.
Oh.
but I'll give it to you again. It basically talks about even if it would be in the best interest of the child to deem the privilege waived, and in this case, it was for the protection of the child. It still means you can't violate the attorney-client privilege. Additionally, under Florida statute section 90.5021C2, talks about that disclosures to third persons who are necessary to the communication between the defendant and the lawyer, or between the client and the lawyer, are not waived from the privilege. So if you accept the state's position that the mom had every right to do everything she wanted with her kid, but she is the only way or the sole way that can facilitate the communication between Collin and his lawyer, and she's the one who controls the phone, apparently, then even if she found the message rightfully, it still doesn't mean that it's waived. And she doesn't have the right to waive his privilege, even if she is in a position of authority over him. The privilege belongs to Collin. I'm almost done, I promise. Then we also, sort of as a logical argument or an overarching view, if you decide that Collin waived his attorney-client privilege by using a phone that his mother controlled and had the right to look into, if you take that to the logical extension of it, then how is a kid ever supposed to communicate privately with their lawyer unless their parent can facilitate it, in which case then they would never have the right because their parent would be the third person that was involved, which I think completely vitiates the purpose of the attorney-client privilege and should not be a rule.
Right, so this Thornhill, I had essentially come to a very similar conclusion as yours, agreeing with you. First of all, recognizing I believe the law is clear that a parent has the absolute right to determine what extent the child will have privacy in that relationship. But I agree with you that there's an overarching duty of the parent to act in the child's best interest. And when a child is facing legal jeopardy, that would, and that's recognized across divisions of court, dependency court, family court, criminal court, a parent has a duty to act in the best interest of their child. And that's probably, in fact, why that absolute right of surveillance exists, so that you know what your child is getting into. Or is being exposed to, so that you can make the decisions about guiding that child, providing the appropriate services, and so forth. So the right and the responsibility go hand in hand. And I think that's something that we fail to recognize across the penumbra of rights that we have these days, that they come with responsibilities. So I agree fundamentally that a parent, when it comes to an evidentiary privilege, meaning those secrets that they find in the locked box being what would otherwise be subject to a claim of privilege, that parent has a duty to act in the child's best interest with respect to those secrets, even when the parent is at odds with the child with respect to those secrets. Now, that's not to say I don't believe the parent cannot act on those secrets. For instance, call law enforcement, separate herself from the child, even initiate a Baker Act, file criminal charges. But what I have a hard time with is that once that child is sitting here in front of a judge and a jury, whether that circumstance could ever operate to waive the claim of privilege when it is just the parent who it was exposed to. But Mr. Levine presented me this case, and I need you to tell me how it's different, because although it's a Fourth Amendment case, that evidence would have been suppressed. Otherwise, that evidence would have been suppressed if the parent did not have a right to consent to a waiver of an important constitutional right, which is to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures and have that evidence used against you in court. How is this different? Because in essence, it's sort of the same. And that's the law in Florida. A parent can consent to the search of a child's bedroom, and that had not even crossed my mind during our discussion. So what is the difference here? It's evidence being used against a child in court. One, it's okay, and one, you're saying, and I initially, through my thought process overnight, agree. But what do we do with that case?
I think that those situations are distinguishable because the government is acting, right? Your Fourth Amendment right is against the government from engaging in unreasonable searches and seizures. And when the government comes and says, I want to search your kid's room, the parent, as the parent with rights and responsibilities, and maybe not knowing what's in the room, because if the parent had snooped and known what was in the room, then they would have a duty to do with it what they thought was best for their child, right? But here we're dealing with a government actor intruding on a private place that the parent pays for, that, you know, the kid is, has some duties towards the parent too. And the parent can say, all right, government, come into my house and search, right? That's very different than a mother who on her own has the duty to protect her child, the duty to act in the child's best interest, who goes looking through their private communications and then shares it with people, okay? It's another thing. Even if Collin knew his mom was gonna look at it, if she's facilitating the communications, that doesn't mean he intended it to be disclosed to everyone and be used against him. So I think that because
It's a specific privilege, it's not directly on point.
because the government wasn't acting at the time here, and mom took it upon herself to totally destroy his attorney-client privilege by sending it to Susan, and then Susan, maybe by accident or not knowing the implications, then turned her phone over to law enforcement. I think that's too many steps removed from a government actor coming to a home that the parent owns and controls and says, can we search your kid's room?
So what about the circumstance where the state issues an investigative subpoena to mom and says, tell me what's in that phone, and the mom willingly complies? How is that different? And says, yeah, in his phone he said he was gonna stab me in the neck, to his lawyer. And
I still think it would be privileged.
But how is it different?
Hold on.
They're both essentially at their core evidentiary privileges. I mean, I think unreasonable search and seizure is broader and protects individuals' privacy as well, but it also is subject to the rule of exclusion if there is an unreasonable search and seizure. So at its core, it's an evidentiary
Well,
issue.
but we're also dealing with something a little bit different in that we're dealing with a privilege of confidentiality, which is different than living in your bedroom, right? So for instance, with the psychotherapy patient privilege, a parent can't waive that on behalf of their child, even if they know what happens in those therapy sessions, because it's the child's right to confidentiality in certain things. And there are very few
So it's
privileges.
because the child doesn't own the bedroom that it's different, is what you're saying?
No,
Because
not
it's
entirely.
the parent's right to determine who has access to what they own.
No, the law doesn't provide a child an absolute privilege like it does in their bedroom, like it does between a lawyer and the child as a client. we have to start from that place, not the backpack he's carrying, the room he lives in, where a government actor is trying to find something. We're dealing with the privilege exists. Very few privileges exist that keep things completely confidential. This is one of them.
And so, Mr. Levine, you have a response to that, that consent to search a bedroom is different than consent to give up confidential attorney-client communications?
Yes, it's not, Your Honor. I mean, both are evidentiary issues at their core because ultimately the state is trying to use evidence, however it was obtained, and I submit that it was obtained lawfully. What Kathy did was not illegal or diabolical. It was Susan Detman, which I think is beside the point, but nonetheless, it was Susan Detman who consented to giving her phone and that information to law enforcement. It wasn't like Kathy, who would have been within her right to go to law enforcement and say, look at this, my son is saying he's gonna stab me in the neck and he's already killed his dad in Oklahoma. And the only reason I say that is because obviously the jury's not here. So it's not like.
I remember I didn't say she couldn't use it, like for purposes of protecting herself, getting him services, whatever it may be. I didn't say she couldn't use attorney-client communications for other purposes. The issue is whether that means she can consent to waive the confidential nature of the communication in a court of law.
No, nobody's waiving the communication for him.
Well, that's essentially what I would be doing, is saying because a parent's absolute right to surveil their child exists, that every child knows or should have known their parent can find it, and thus it's waived.
No, I don't think it's that broad, Your Honor. But in terms of the admissibility, there's reasons and court findings, including some of the cases I gave you the general topic matter, where the attorney-client privilege, the evidence comes in court. If it was such an absolute right, then there wouldn't be any case law and there wouldn't be instances where a court has the discretion to allow it in. So this is not earth-shattering or groundbreaking if Your Honor lets it in terms of it happens under certain circumstances. The circumstances being such as the case law and the issues that Your Honor is weighing. But in terms of whether it's the attorney-client privilege or it's the right for unreasonable searches and seizures, at the heart of it is the court being the gatekeeper. Both are governmental action. It's no different because the ultimate thing that can be helpful to the prosecution of a case or hurtful in terms of evidence against the defense is if that evidence comes into court. So both are evidentiary issues. They're not these different things. The end result is the same. The state is acting. The state is trying to get both evidence in, whether the question is suppression for an illegal search and seizure or suppression because of a legitimate attorney-client privilege protected statement, which I've mentioned many reasons why it's not. So the end result is the same. The court has to determine, should it be admissible or should it not? Was it an unreasonable search and seizure? Was it legitimately an attorney-client privilege? And based upon the case law and the inquiry about should the defendant have known or reasonably known that his mom was going to see it, and was the statement when he made, was he thinking it was attorney-client privilege? Obviously, he could simply walk outside and take one of his walks that he so much loved to do, make a phone call, and we wouldn't be here. When he made that statement too, he wasn't thinking about it being protected or it not being protected. He was just saying it. So at the risk of repeating everything I've been saying, I have nothing else to say.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Lorimer?
No, sir,
All right.
I think you understand our position.
I think the difference lies in the fact that the law has said a parent can consent to the search of a bedroom of a child, and the child has no exclusionary claim under the Fourth Amendment for not consenting himself. When we're talking about the attorney-client privilege, I have not seen a case, and you have not presented one to me that says point blank a parent can give up a child's attorney-client communications to law enforcement. And that right has always been personal to the client. And until and unless the court decides otherwise, that it's personal to the individual, I don't think this case is analogous. And finding that a parent's absolute right to surveil their child serves as a tool for their responsibility to act in the best interest of the child, in this case, and under these circumstances, means that when it is just the parent, who the child might have reason to believe will see what's in the phone, there could be circumstances where this wouldn't apply. If he knows that he's sharing communications in an environment that others are going to be aware of, that don't have a duty to protect him, that's a different story. But even when a child's interests, legal interests, a child in legal jeopardy, even when those interests are contrary to the parent's personal interests, that doesn't vitiate the parent's duty to act in that child's best interest. And I think we see that in court downstairs in dependency when the parent is the victim of a domestic violence incident, for instance, in juvenile court. The parent still has a duty under those circumstances. It doesn't vitiate that responsibility. So that being said, I do not find that in this case, even though Mr. Griffith knew or should have known his mom was going to look through his phone, that in and of itself, with respect to her and her alone, in any way would have waived the confidential nature of the communication. Again, finding that the state, while the actual communication itself was unusual, eerie, it was also apparently in the context of some discussion about self-defense, and there were no other facts elicited at the hearing, no other context provided where I could say that the crime fraud exception applies. So in that respect, I am going to exclude it.
Judge, if I could inquire, and of course I respect the court's ruling, could I just inquire, is it also your finding that when the defendant made that text to Jeffrey Rapkin, that he intended at the time he made it, that it be privileged and a confidential attorney-client privilege, as opposed to now he wants to keep it out because it's going to hurt him?
Mr. Levine, you've asked, you keep saying a person has to say in their head, oh, I'm typing this message. It is attorney-client privilege. I don't think that's the thought process someone has to go through. I think the thought process is, I'm sending this to my lawyer and my lawyer alone. I'm not sharing it with anyone. And especially when we're talking about a child, that the law should not require that child to even understand that the attorney-client privilege exists, per se, word for word. I mean, the child's right to confidential communications with their lawyer, when the communication itself indicates that it's about seeking advice from a lawyer, especially in this context when Mr. Griffith was currently accused of a crime, that burden should not be placed on a child to have to make that mental connection. And I'm not even certain anyone goes through that particular process in their mind when they're talking with their lawyer. So I'm not going to answer your question because I don't think it's necessary under the circumstances. All right. Anything else we need to take up before the jury comes in?
Can I make a call downstairs to tell my assistant that Jeffrey Rapkin will not be needed for these proceedings? He was waiting on standby should the court rule that it was admissible.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I have no objection to him being released.
All right.
So the judge denied that motion. That was interesting. He will uphold the client attorney privilege between Colin and his former attorney. This was the attorney that of the DV situation that happened back in November 23. So, but one thing is like he said a lot to not say much at the end of the days, because it's like he could have just give her the legal explanation and go straight to it. So, oh yeah, no problem. Thank you, Lois. I'm kind of sneakily as well listening to both, trying to listen to both. The Karen Reed, even though I'm not gonna cover the case probably on this channel, I still want to listen to the Karen Reed trial because you know it's it's Karen Reed. Everyone listens to that, but I completely understand it's not a problem. Anything major, I'm sure you can listen to both at the same time. I can, but yeah. So the juries are finally going to come in at almost 20 minutes into the 9 o'clock, but almost an hour in to the day that we started. So I'm expecting the um lead detective comes back again and come back to understand, because I think he's either going to finish questioning him or he's actually finished with him, because the defense did say that they're not going to cross him. They're going to wait for when is their case to come along to call him again. So he's going to come back on the stand, the detective, but probably not just yet. So we might even go to a different witness, or we might even go to the ME. Oh, another person that I forgot earlier that we might still hear from is the Cellbrite person, the forensic the technology expert, for forensic expert. Sorry, the word was not coming out. um so we might even listen because of all the text messages that are out, and they haven't been introduced yet. They've been talked about, I think, and not been said anything about. I don't think there's been. They've talked about that the phone went to Cellbrite to be downloaded, investigated. All the phones, Colin's phone, Mum's phone, and the grandma's phone, that she gave voluntarily to the police. But we haven't really listened too much about locations or about messages, about phone calls or anything from that effect. So I'm expecting we're having a forensic expert on that Cellbrite information, but we'll see what happens. I mean, it was still to start off the day 3. Many things are still to happen today, and just see what happens, and we're here for the ride to go along with it, and then we'll move on, because they might even rest today, or who knows, because they were talking about having a day off on Monday, and I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of looking forward to it. But if court is back, and we'll be on here to watch the trial. We'll not miss a beat, and just follow from gavel to gavel and listen to all of it. Karen Reed, I think, is about to start as well. So there's a lot of going on. I mean, just Judge Beth is actually quite busy. She has 2 high-profile cases ongoing. She has Karen Reed that she's now presiding over, and then she has another one exactly in the same courtroom, and that she's doing. I think Penelope. I think that's her name, McKee. I think that's her, and that is on trial with Judge Bev. They must be, well, they have to be on break today, because if Judge Bev is doing Karen Reed, Judge can't be. She's that bad that it's like she can't be in 2 places at one time. Well, in the same courtroom, so I don't think that's even possible. So I think they're having a break. Apparently, we might not even be just waiting on the jury, because this has been a long time, and we are on the seal. Because if it was the jury, we'll be already back by now. So in terms of my apologies again of having the camera on today. It's gonna be On most the self-care day, Nightbot might take over when he gets back home from work. He might take over the stream altogether, and I might be just probably in chat or just having a day off. But I don't want to leave you. It's not saying all alone because you'll be fine, but I want to engage still with you. But my Nightbot might take over when he gets home. Soon. He's actually, I think, on his way home at the moment because I can track him, and his van is moving, so he's on his way home. Like I think he has a new nickname, and we need to change. I think now is AI Nightbot because I think you guys believe he's AI. Which he is not. He is real. I can vouch for that. He is very, very much real. Is a great AI Nightbot. Is great. Is awesome addition to the channel as well as is everyone else as well. So just waiting again. So what do you guys think about those ring cameras? Well, the thing is for this trial, and I tried to investigate the reason why we can't see any evidence, but I could not find much information on it, is just the fact that it's a little bit, I don't want to call it boring, but a little bit less enthusiastic to watch this trial because they don't show us the video. We don't have that. They do have tech problems because I think apparently the judge screen this morning wasn't working. Yesterday was the witness screen that wasn't working. So there is quite a lot of issues on this trial, even though it's a very fascinating trial and very, very interesting trial to follow and watch and, well, listen. The fact that we can't hear the chord, it, I think for me it makes or breaks the case. It's not as interactive as could have been, because if they would show, no, I'm not saying they have to show all of the, gory pictures of the unalived body or anything of that. I'm saying the ring cameras, there would not be nothing bad to watch that. I mean, what would be the wrong in terms of watching the footage of the ring cameras or seeing the photos, like for example when they were on vacation, all of those Instagram social media photos. um I don't understand why, like, it might be because of how the courtroom is, the layout is, because they probably don't have um a camera on the other side of the, like, I think it's in the bullpen where the lawyers walk and everything. I don't think there's a camera on that side to be able to look at the television. I think that might have not been allowed by the court or something, because we don't even have a camera. Normally we have a camera at the end of the defendant's table to have, those good um close photos. So this volume will make me deaf, okay?
All right, are we ready for the jury?
I think
Yes,
are we
All right,
all
so
ready?
record.
Before that, Your Honor.
For the record, Mr. Griffith is present, both lawyers, Mr. Levine.
I prepared a stipulation that I shared with the defense. If it still makes their approval, I would request that you read both 1 and 2 when the jury comes back into the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Griffith, listen carefully. I've been provided a document entitled Stipulations, and it reads, when parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. This is something that I would be reading to the jury. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are: 1, Catherine Griffith is dead, and 2, John Robida, Senior Crime Laboratory Analyst in the Biology Section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, performed DNA analysis on fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith's right hand and left hand. No DNA results foreign to Catherine Griffith were obtained from the right hand fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith. No DNA results foreign to Catherine Griffith were obtained from the left hand fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith. Parent, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your
All right. Have you discussed, you can put your hand down, have you discussed this stipulation with your lawyers?
Honor.
Not in detail, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Do you want to? Because I'm going to tell you one of these stipulations is an element of first-degree murder and the lesser included offenses of first-degree murder that the state would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence absent this stipulation. So that's an important thing that I think you should discuss with your lawyers before you stipulate to it. They may have very good reasons as to why they think it's a good idea, but you need to know why they think it's a good idea. The other things are evidentiary matters that could have some impact on the state's proof in this case, affirmative proof in this case, and perhaps any defense that you might have in this case. So I think you should talk to your lawyers about this for a few minutes.
Yep.
But yes, I was shaking my head no to.
And can you tell him, can you take, well, how long do you think you need?
A few minutes.
All right. We just need a couple minutes. He needs to go back there and talk with his lawyers. All right.
So now we are back at waiting again. The judge was reading a stipulation to Collin about some facts that are being presented in court, and I think sorry, I was trying to call Nightbot because he was trying to call me earlier, and I only heard the part that he was reading a stipulation fact to Collin about the case, and I heard the part that he was saying about that the mom was unalived and was so hey, well done, Lois. Yeah, make sure that you're following the YouTube channel as well of as the Galville drops. You might or might not recognize the voice in one of the shorts that it is available on the platform. So make sure you follow, you share with people that you like, but don't forget also to subscribe to this channel as well. Because as the Galville drops and this channel are very good friends, are probably brother and sister in a way. So follow both. In terms of doing the Discord, I there is time sometimes, and time differences doesn't work in our favor. But I mean, if you ever need any help, Lois, just reach me out on DM me, email me, and we can set up a chat on Discord, and I can try to help you get through Discord for you to be able to navigate. Just let me know if you need any hand, and I can try to make a time for that. So make sure that you're following both. Now we're waiting yet again because now the attorneys need to talk to Collin, and this is not the first time. Like, for example, one day we're talking about Collin not being present in the 911 call. They even said they needed more time to talk. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you're asking the court for something, like, for example, not being present at the 911 call, you should already have to discuss that with your client. So it's just interesting, and why they need to do that again. It's just wasting more time and delaying things, because here we are 9:30 and still nothing, still no testimony or anything. So and in terms of that, there is something in the works. Oh, I think that was a very quick chat because they're coming back again, and we'll see what they decide on that in terms of
Mr. Griffith, did you just have a discussion with your lawyers about this stipulation?
I did, Your Honor.
Did they explain to you what the purpose of agreeing to that stipulation was?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did they give you some advice on what they thought about stipulating to it and why you should stipulate to it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did they answer any questions you had about it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Addressed all your concerns?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you agree with their proposal to stipulate to these particular facts?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand the pros and cons of stipulating to those facts?
I do.
All right. Do you have any questions of me about the stipulation?
No, Your Honor.
And has anyone promised you anything or threatened you to get you to stipulate to these facts?
No, Your Honor.
Including your lawyers?
No.
And you're not currently under the influence of anything, are you?
No, Your Honor.
No medications today, correct?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And you're satisfied with the advice and counsel you've received from your lawyers on whether or not you should stipulate to these facts?
I am.
And you understand the jury will be told, these facts are proven beyond a reasonable doubt, essentially. They don't need any other proof of those facts, and they must accept these facts as true. You understand that?
I do, Your Honor.
And of course, it's for them to decide what to do with those facts and how significant they are. But I will be telling them they have to consider it. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else you want on the record?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find that your choice to enter into this stipulation is freely, knowingly, and intelligently made upon the advice of competent counsel. You want me to read this first thing, Mr. Levine?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right.
And then Dr. Garavan will be the first witness of the morning.
All right.
Sorry, while we wait on whatever we're waiting, I think we're waiting for the jury to come in. But the thing is that I was just like, um, on a self-defense, don't you have to like almost mandatory to testify? Because how can you claim self-defense and then not saying your side of things and only rely on the evidence or testimony that the defense might present? Because in terms of that, you might be the only person that can present the facts, because you were the only person here when the fact happened. So how can you claim self-defense and not having to tell your side of the story and rely on it?
You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Thank you for your service. I want to apologize for the delay. I assure you we have all been here at the appointed time working to resolve a legal issue that has arisen in this case. That has been resolved, and we are ready to proceed. I want to advise you that when parties and lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. Now, you must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts you must accept as true are as follows. 1, Catherine Griffith is dead. 2, John Robida, Senior Crime Laboratory Analyst, and let me stop you for a moment. I see you writing furiously. This is going to become part of your final instructions, and you will receive a written version of these instructions, and this will be in there word for word. 2, John Robida, Senior Crime Laboratory Analyst in the Biology Section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, performed DNA analysis on fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith's right hand and left hand. No DNA results foreign to Catherine Griffith were obtained from the right hand fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith. No DNA results foreign to Catherine Griffith were obtained from the left hand fingernail swabbings from Catherine Griffith. Mr. Levine?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Garavan.
Raise your right hand to the clerk, absolutely.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning. Mr. Levine.
Good morning, Dr. Garavan. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My full name is Dr. David Fintan, Fintan, Garavan, G for golf, A, V for Victor, AN.
Tell the jury about your profession.
So I'm currently working in District 10, which is this area, as a medical examiner. A medical examiner is a forensic pathologist. My qualifications start back. I completed my PhD in medical toxicology in 1994 in Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland. I completed medical school in Trinity College, Dublin, Ireland in 1999. I completed mandatory internal medicine and surgical rotations, which is required by our country, before entering into a pathology training program as a specialty, which was 5 years. I completed that in 2006. I started my fellowship in forensic pathology in Miami in 2006. I came here for 1 year, that was 17 years ago. I completed 3 years in different specialties within forensics in Miami, including cardiac, neuropathology, and pediatric. I worked in Liverpool, England for 2 years as a forensic pathologist. I took my professional examinations in the Royal College of London in forensic pathology, 2010. I then worked in New Zealand and the Pacific Islands for 5 years, traveling around the large country of New Zealand, but I was based in Auckland as a forensic pathologist. I returned to Miami in 2015 as a forensic pathologist. I was there for another 6 or 7 years. I was the deputy chief there for a period, and then I came to Polk County in 3 years ago, I think next month, where I'm working as a forensic pathologist. My other specialties are drugs or toxicology, in addition to forensic pathology.
Doctor, what does forensic pathology deal with?
So there are two types of pathologists. So if you have a lump or a bump or some part that needs to come off you, a biopsy or surgery, that will go to a pathologist, a surgical pathologist, and they will look at that under a microscope and make a tissue diagnosis, which will determine what treatment you have to, if any, that you will have to undergo after. A forensic pathologist will have done that, but we then move on to additional training where we're not looking at parts or biopsies, we're looking at the whole body. And our interest is to determine the cause of death, keeping in mind how natural disease or illnesses affect the human body, how that may cause death or impair the human body, how injuries affect the human body, either on their own or in combination with injury that may cause death or to a person, or drugs, the scene, depending on the environment where the body is found, and then the circumstances to a case, whether or not the person was involved in an altercation or not, or whether they were doing drugs or not, or a bit of both, or they were drinking, or they have some disease or illness that may have participated in the injury, the drinking, the drugs, that may provide an explanation to the police. Our purpose is to help police, our jury, or families to understand how somebody has died, or the mechanism, or what were the factors involved. We, in addition to determining the cause of death, we will determine the manner of death. The manner of death is the context within which the death has occurred. It can be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
What is the definition of a homicide?
From our point of view, the medical point of view is different from a legal point of view. We do not make legal decisions. Our determinations are not the law. The law is a separate matter. But under the medical determination of homicide, it means that death has occurred as a result of a violation of some other action. So somebody has done something or made an action, or have made a series of decisions in an action which have resulted in the death of somebody else. That their action, any reasonable person would know or should have known that action could or should cause the death of another. So homicide is the death result of the actions of another.
Dr. Garavan, as a medical examiner, what are some of your responsibilities here in the 10th Judicial Circuit?
Similar to any other jurisdiction that I work, so our job as medical examiners here, so there are no coroners in Florida. Florida is one of the progressive states. We deal with just medical examiners who are highly trained professional medical doctors who review or are involved in making the decisions if someone needs to undergo an autopsy or not. It's not a decision taken lightly. There's a lot of work done before that decision is made. Autopsies, they're a lot of work. It's not something we do lightly. So there are many ways to do it. We may be contacted by police. We may be contacted by a hospital. We may be contacted by family members because death has occurred. By law, all deaths will be referred to us, but the vast majority will not fall under our jurisdiction. They are natural deaths. Somebody has died peacefully at home. It's not unexpected. There are older age or they had some condition which is understood that would or could lead to their death. Police have no suspicions, families have no concerns, and that's, maybe 95%, 90% of deaths will go down that route. In the other percentage of cases, there's some issue. The death is unexpected. The death was unwitnessed, and there's no particularly obvious reason why they would have died in that moment, in that location. Police may have concerns that the person may have been involved in some incident, altercation, interaction in the days, hours prior to the death, and are wondering if there's some connection. If there's a belief that perhaps some drug or drugs may have been involved, that will fall under our jurisdiction. So if there's issues, particularly legal outstanding issues or concerns from a family, doesn't always mean that somebody has done something bad. It just means that there's an unanswered question. And if we feel that an autopsy would be helpful in answering that question, we will take jurisdiction of the case, and then we will perform. So that's background information, first of all. Once we decide we're going to do the autopsy, then there's this broken into several parts. The information review is no different than if you go to your doctor and they have a chart and they have all your medical information in it. They review that information before they examine you. We do exactly the same thing, it's just that you're deceased. So we'll get all that information. I can't ask you questions, but your body can tell me what's been going on. So we'll do an external examination first of all. The external examination will involve looking at you from top to toe, looking for evidence of natural disease or injuries or some clue to tell us that something happened in the environment. Might be electrical burn marks, there could be evidence of drowning, something like that. Then we'll move to the internal examination, where we examine all organs, all major systems, brain, nervous tissue, heart, lungs, and so on. We may choose to take biopsies of all of those tissues to look under the microscope for the presence of natural disease that might provide an explanation as to what's happened. We will take samples for toxicology or biochemistry or microbiology, depending on what's more appropriate for each case, and send them off for testing. When we have all that information back, and it often takes weeks, nothing got to do with us, it just takes weeks for laboratories to do what they have to do. We will then pull all that information together, taking into account the narrative, the scene, medical examination, the various results. We will then form an opinion as to what was the cause of death and under what context that death took place. So each case takes many hours. I would do approximately 300 cases a year, autopsies, and I will do external examinations only on probably another 200, and I will review another 600 or 700 that I would decide that I'm not doing anything with. So that's how many cases we would be constantly dealing with.
The external examination of a deceased individual sounds pretty obvious, but how do you do the internal examination?
The internal examination it's an intrusive procedure, and we're aware of that. That's why we don't make the decision lightly. It requires that we have to open the body. You have to open the chest, the abdomen, the head, look into the pelvis, which is part of the abdomen examination. And if we need to do, there are many other specialist tests that we can do if we need to, which would require further intrusive methods. But they're done with as much skill as we can, so that when the bodies are returned to the families, that all of that's hidden. That's out of view. We try to close it up so that you wouldn't know the difference. But it is a very involved procedure. It's manual. It's not easy work, and it's tiring.
Now, in the normal course of an autopsy, are photographs taken of the deceased victim both internally and externally?
Yes.
And in this particular case, I'm going to have the opportunity to show you state exhibits 125 to 155 a little bit later. Will that be helpful for you to be able to point out and explain some of the injuries and some of your findings that Kathy Griffith suffered?
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, the death happened on a Sunday, September 8th. Describe to the jury the process by which you receive the body and when you typically conduct an autopsy?
So the only reason why this case is with me is because that was my week. There's no other reason. We work on rotations. So I would have first met this case on Monday morning. I would not necessarily have heard about it on the Sunday. I don't remember, to be honest with you. I just don't. So when I went in on Monday morning, her name plus other names were on that list that morning, and that's the first time I would get to read the police report to find out that's the beginning of the narrative. In all homicide cases, police do attend those cases, the investigating detectives, which is very useful because then I can have a much more one-to-one conversation. So that's where I would have got my information.
Do you work for the state attorney's office? Do you work for me?
I do not.
Do you work for law enforcement?
I do not.
Who do you work for?
I work for the public.
All right, Dr. Garvin, the autopsy that you performed on Collin Griffith, describe to the jury a little bit about the room or operating location where you do your autopsy.
So our autopsy suite is it's a custom built place. It's got two stations where we can conduct our examinations. We tend to use one. It's an open. It's no different from an operating area. We don't have to have the high clean room specifications of an operating theater, but it's no different. There's a table and there's ventilation and there's instruments and they're all laid out and so on and so forth. So it would look quite similar to an operating table.
Now, before we get to the cause of death and the manner of death towards the end of your testimony, I want to ask you about your autopsy findings. What can you tell the jury about the injuries that Collin Griffith suffered?
Do you want me to go through all of them in detail or just a summary?
First, we can start with a summary.
So the autopsy findings, a sharp force injury to the right side of the neck, bruising to her lower limbs, bruising to the posterior right shoulder, left elbow, back of both hands. There was an incised wound, and I'm going to explain the difference between an incised wound and a stab wound in a second, between her thumb and index finger of the right hand. So here, there's an incised wound that was 1.5 centimeters. It was gaping if you open the hand, so 1 centimeter. A stab wound is a wound that is deeper than it is longer on the surface. An incised wound is a sharp force injury as well, that's longer on the surface than it is deeper. They're the opposite. So in an incised wound, the sharp blade or the sharp surface has come across the skin, but has not gone deep into it. A stab wound is the opposite. It's penetrated and gone into the actual tissue.
Was that gaping incised wound, was that a fresh wound?
Yes.
And describe to the jury why that is.
Because it's there's no evidence of healing. It's gaping, it's opened, and it had dry blood in it.
Now, is that gaping incised wound consistent with being a defensive wound?
It's possible that, defensive wounds are, so that's a term that's used, and I know it's thrown around a lot. We personally don't write down classic for defensive wound because we don't know precisely what the circumstances of it happened. But let me explain what the greater points of a defensive wound are. Defensive wounds is a term that's used when there's a series of injuries that can be bruises, can be incised wounds, it can be any other cuts or abrasions that are present on certain locations. And the reason why there's certain locations is that you have to understand that fundamentally the human will or the human body is designed to survive. Everything about us when we're under attack, when we're in a fight or flight situation, regardless of the circumstance, that if the human person is conscious enough to understand that they're in a struggle for their life for whatever reason, they will engage in activities which will try to help them survive. If you're under attack from an assailant, it is quite typical if the person is swinging something at you, baseball bat, fist, whatever, you will tend to try and protect yourself. And in doing so, certain parts of your body become exposed to that force that's coming at you as you try to defend yourself. In the arms is typically here. If it's a bat or a stick or something that's coming at you, They may also be on the legs. Typically, if and it's more common in women if they're being attacked, but it happens in men too. They will tend to offer the outside of the leg as they're trying to protect their sexual organs, or they're trying to protect themselves if they're under attack. So we will often find wounds on the outside of the legs, not the inside. In knife injuries, when someone is under attack, where there's a knife or a sharp implement involved, it's common that the person, unfortunately, mistakenly, will try to grab that knife thinking that this is somehow going to be of help to them. It isn't really, generally, but in doing so, if they grab that blade and then that blade is pulled, you'll often find incised wounds across the palm of the hand, or it can be here, depending on how the knife is grabbed. Or it could very well be that as the hand goes up to defend against the oncoming blade, that blade just comes through here and then cuts as it comes through. Because I don't know specifically, we don't have a video of how exactly those injuries occurred. We tend not to use that term, defensive injuries, but that is what's meant by them. They're present in certain locations under certain circumstances that may indicate that the person who is now deceased was trying to defend themselves at the time of the assault.
Now, you mentioned that Kathy had bruises on her upper and lower limbs. Does that mean arms and legs?
Yeah, so again, I know it seems a bit impersonal, but we say the lower limbs and the upper limbs because we're talking about the whole arm. When we want to talk more specifically, we tend to use the anatomical location, whether or not it's the anterior elbow or the posterior forearm or whatever it might be. But upper limb is the entire limb from here to the fingers.
What were you able to determine about the bruises on Kathy regarding whether they were old bruises or new bruises or a combination?
Yeah, so dating of bruises is not it's not an exact science. We do not, TV shows I know do that all the time. That's not reality. What I can say is that these bruises, there were quite a number of them present. All we can say about bruises is that if the color yellow is present, we can say that it's definitely not, there wasn't an immediate before death bruise, because yellow would suggest that at least 15, 16, 17 hours has passed since that bruise was present. It could be weeks, but at least 17 or 18 hours has passed. That's the best we can do in reality. But all these bruises in this particular case did look fresh in that there was no color change. It doesn't look like they had gone or had the opportunity. The person wasn't alive long enough for the body to try and heal or start healing a bruise. So that's the best I can say to you.
Dr. Griffith, before we get to the photographs, how can you describe Kathy's neck wound to the right side of her neck?
So the wound on the right side of the neck is a large stab wound. It's gaping, and gaping means that it's an obvious. Once you see it, it can't be anything else. It's an open wound. It was 4.3 centimeters long and 1 centimeter apart. It's 2.5 centimeters right off the midline, so approximately here, and 23 centimeters from the top of her head. So we do that just to give you an anatomical location. So approximately here on her neck is where it was. The wound is in a 9 to 3 o'clock orientation, meaning that if you look at a clock, 9 to 3 means it's kind of looking straight when the body's in the right. So it's coming straight across here. And there's a square edge to the 9 o'clock margin. That's important because the square edge suggests to me that it's a single blade, not a double blade. That is the knife or the blade that's been used to cause. So there are characteristics of a knife wound which help us determine if it's a single blade or a double blade. And in this case, it would suggest the blade was single bladed. So the wound then goes into the neck. It travels from a front to back. So it's coming in from the front and heading towards the back. It's traveling right to left. And in doing so, and it has gone through, so the esophagus, the food pipe, has gone through the trachea, the windpipe, and it's just above the vocal cord. So it's transected the trachea right across, and the food pipe. And the blade continues so that the top of the blade came out the other side. So there's a small sharp force injury on this side. It's 0.6 by 0.2, so quite small, but it shows that the tip of the blade met it all the way across and poked out this side.
What type of force is necessary for the knife not to just enter the body, but to do all that traveling that you mentioned and actually go out the other side of her neck?
You know, we often get asked this question. In fact, we always get asked this question: how much force is required? We don't know, right? We don't have the ability to be there to measure newtons, pounds per square inch, or whatever. But what we can tell you is that one of the major qualities, the most influential quality of how easy a knife will penetrate the human body, is the tip of the knife. The tip of the knife, once it punctures or penetrates the human skin, it's relatively easy for the knife to then enter, because our organs and our tissue they don't offer much resistance. So I can't tell you how much force was used, but I can tell you it can be surprisingly not as much required as you might think. However, in this case, it's gone through the trachea. The trachea is a tougher organ or tissue. It's got cartilage in it, so it would require the application of some pressure for it to continue to the other side. But I can't tell you in pounds per square inch how much that pressure is.
Now, have you had the opportunity to conduct autopsies on multiple stab wound victims over your years?
I've done many hundreds.
And do you see any consistencies amongst those in terms of the nature of the injury or the cause of the injury?
Well, I've seen all kinds, homicides. I've seen suicides. I don't believe I've come across any accidents, but I've seen suicides. Certainly, people have used knives to take their own life, but the vast majority would be homicides.
All right, so the vast majority are homicides. You've seen some suicides, but no accidents, correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right, Dr. Garabin, I'm going to show you some photographs, and hopefully it shows up on your screen. And if I have some questions about them, of course, I'll be asking you some questions. So, starting with 126, is this how the body comes to you?
Yes.
127, 128. During your autopsy, were you able to determine the victim's weight and height?
Yes.
What were those stats?
She was 5'2" and 126 pounds.
Is that a picture of the stab wound?
Yes, as the body arrived before it's cleaned, yes. That's the same wound after it's been cleaned.
Now, you mentioned a gaping wound and the definition being wide open. What is it that we're actually seeing once you get past into the hole there?
You're looking at the internal structures of the neck. So the head is back, so it obviously pulls on it to make it gape more, but there are other reasons. It's a lot more details to it. So there are things called the lines of Langerhans. When you're all young and pretty, of course, you won't know about these lines of Langerhans because your skin is nice and tight and there's no wrinkles. But as we get older, the lines of Langerhans begin to take over. And they are a natural tension line that's present in all our skin. And if we cut across the lines of Langerhans, you may be familiar with the grain of meat, then the wound are gaping. But if we cut in the same direction of the lines, which surgeons will always try and do, because then the scar will be a lot less obvious. In the neck, they are roughly coming down the neck in a straight line. So this wound is gone across them. So those lines are now apart, and that makes it gape more than if the wound was the other direction, between 12 and 6.
So in this picture,
I would like for you to know, if you need it, that mouse over there operates as a pointer.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Actually, I didn't know that, but thank you.
could you please point with the mouse and the red arrow? Where's the visible organ within her neck?
So in here, you can see that there's a structure present here. This is probably part of the larynx, probably part of it, but clearly it's a gaping wound, and you can see that there is a structure inside here. I think it's part of the larynx from looking straight in, but I'm not entirely sure. That's part of where the voice box or the larynx has been transected, so it's cut open. That should be a whole piece. It shouldn't be separated like that.
Now, in order for the end result to be the death, what happens physiologically after that knife does all that damage?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. So the human neck is extremely vulnerable. It's probably the most vulnerable part of our body. So once a knife goes in, not only are there your windpipe, your food pipe, there's also a lot of arteries which conduct a lot of blood, but there are also several nerves that are traveling through the neck, the vagus nerve, the phrenic nerve, and so on, and they're coming down. If you transect them, there's immediate implications, clearly. The vagus nerve supplies the heart, and the phrenic nerve supplies the diaphragm to which you need to breathe. It has to have that bellow effect. So if they're transected, then they're not available to you anymore. So you have a combination of bleeding and severing of nerves combined will bring a rapid death.
Is the bleeding both external and internal?
I would expect this to be a bloody scene, yes.
(132). Is there any different parts of the organ visible in this picture?
No.
All right, now we continue 133. What's that there?
So that's the exit of the tip of the knife. So the tip of the knife has come all the way across the neck and has poked out here.
Is that a close-up of the exit wound?
Yes.
Now, there's a metal rod there. Describe to us what you were doing here.
So in all gunshot wounds and in stab wounds where possible, we will put in probes to show the direction that the wound is traveling in. So in this case, it's traveling right to left, upwards, front to back, and that probe is following the path, the same path that the knife followed.
What can you tell us about 137, Dr. Garvin?
So this is the internal examination. I've taken out the neck structures. You are looking at the neck from behind. So here is the epiglottis. This is the tongue. And this is the esophagus that's open, and the trachea is underneath it. It will be, this is the epiglottis. This is the posterior surface of the larynx. And here the blade has gone through the upper part of the esophagus, as I'm pointing out there. So this fold and this fold connect. So this would be a tube. The lumen here is your food pipe. I've opened it to show you that the blade traveled through the esophagus, which is transected the esophagus, or perforated, I should say, the esophagus.
138. What do we begin to see here?
So this is the right hand, and you can see there's a bruise here, and it's not well shown in this picture, but this is where the incised wound between the thumb and the index finger is. There's some bruising down here also at the bottom. This is the index, this is the thumb and the index finger of the right hand, and this is that incised wound that I talked about. But it is longer on the surface than it is penetrating. And it's from a sharp force injury, I suspect, from a blade.
Going back to, you mentioned the bruising. So due to the color of that bruising, does that coincide with what you were saying are more fresh bruises on Kathy?
Yeah, these do not look as if they have had time to heal or undergo the healing process.
All right, what can you tell us about 141, Doctor?
This is her left upper arm, and there's some bruising here, there's some bruising on the elbows. These are abrasions, but they are not injuries. These are post-mortem. There are differences. They happen after death, and it's got to do with many other things, but they're commonly often misinterpreted as injuries. They are not, due to their yellow, parchment-like color. And I understand, I can appreciate if you don't see it, but there are actually small veins running through the bottom there, and that's quintessential of post-mortem, not an injury. But there are injuries, and the injuries are here, the elbow, and up here on just at the biceps, and down here.
Continue on with the close-up, and we continue with some additional photos. Now we have 143. What appears to be on the wrist area and the hand?
Yeah, so this is the left. It looks like the left upper arm. So there's that bicep bruise, and this is heavy enough bruising present on the posterior wrist and hand. Some small bruising here also.
Is that another view of it, different angle?
Yeah, and there's also just another bruise there on the back of the little finger. That's the left hand also, and the left arm, and there's some bruising here.
Can bruising be caused by if somebody grabs somebody real tightly?
Bruises, by definition, I mean, it's better to just go with the definition, and then you can work it out thereafter. So in our forensic pathology, a bruise is where blood has escaped into the soft tissue due to blunt force trauma, not due to a sharp force injury, not due to a bullet wound. It's due to blunt force trauma. What the blunt force trauma is can be a whole range of things. It could be grabbing, it could be punching, it could be falling, it could be kicking, but it's blunt force trauma.
All right, thank you, Doctor. What do we see here?
This is the other arm. That's the right arm. There's a bruise across the triceps here. Right elbow, more bruising. Back of the right hand. I think that's the right hand. It is, yeah. And there's some bruising there on the back of it, and up here on the back of the index finger of the right hand. That's a small abrasion, minor abrasion on the right shin by the look. Yes, the right shin. You can see bruising here at the back of the left. This is the left calf. There's some bruising here on the anterior shin, here. This is an abrasion along here. So an abrasion is just for your definition. So bruising is the loss is the escape of blood into surrounding tissue. An abrasion is due to blunt force trauma, but is confined to the epidermis. So the outer layer of skin is the epidermis. So as something rubs across that for whatever reason, blunt force comes across the skin and pulls or rips or tears that epidermis, that's an abrasion. Okay, and they're only due to blunt force trauma typically.
And the last few photographs, Doctor.
This is an abrasion, but I suspect that's post-mortem. I would not probably call that an injury. That's an injury. That's an abrasion. That's a skipped-like abrasion, incomplete abrasion. So something, whatever has caused this, either it has skipped along the skin or it itself was not fully in contact with the skin as it was rubbed across the skin, causing the abrasion. Bruising is present on the forearm, here and here.
Now, from your conducting the autopsy and your training and experience, what was the cause of death?
So the cause of death is stab wound of the right neck.
And what was the manner of death?
In this case, the manner of death is homicide.
And when you say the manner of death is homicide, what does that mean?
So with the information that would have been provided to me at the time, and with the examination and what I've viewed and witnessed and reviewed, the explanation for this death is that this wound was inflicted by another person.
So is it a fair statement that it is not consistent with somebody accidentally falling on a knife?
I haven't been given that explanation before, but I think that would be rather extraordinary. No, I don't believe so.
So your end result was that the manner of death was a homicide, a killing caused by somebody else, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
All right, Dr. Garavan, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Ross?
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Dr. Garavan, I want to talk about injuries that can result from mutual combat or a fight where two people are mutually involved in a struggle, whatever. They can be very messy, correct?
Well, I suppose mutual combat, mortal combat could very well be messy depending on the circumstance, yes.
Well, if any two people, regardless of size, strength, etc., are involved in a fight, both can receive injuries, correct?
Yes.
And both can receive what you termed defensive wounds, even though that's not a term of art, it's sort of a vague term.
Yes.
You would agree that both could receive those types of wounds.
Yes.
And you would agree that both could also suffer offensive wounds in such mutual combat.
Yes.
And even if somebody suffers a wound that ends up leading to their death, you don't know from your evaluation what happened leading up to that wound, correct?
So depending on the information provided by police, so I am given some information, but it depends in each case. Sometimes we know nothing, but in this case I knew something.
Right, and then the information that you get from police is their interpretation of things, correct?
Yeah, I rely upon them. I'm that's how it works. I rely on the information they give me. Yes, that's correct.
And so if they don't give you all of the information that they have, then you might be lacking some critical piece of information in making your determination.
I'd be very disappointed if that happened, but yes, you're technically correct if I'm not given all the information.
Do you also look at media accounts of what allegedly occurred?
I do not watch the news. I have no media. I have no social media. God, no. I have better things to do with my time.
So this is a weird question then. Why does the medical examiner's file in this case contain multiple media reports?
The secretaries in the office will do that as part of the thing, but I only saw them yesterday for the first time, and I don't read them. But it's common practice around the world. I've been in other offices. People do that, but it's nothing got to do with me.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
But basically, you cannot say what happened in the kitchen where Catherine Griffith suffered this wound, can you?
Well, I can certainly say that she suffered a fatal stab wound or has suffered fatal injuries, and based on the information provided to me at the time, that the most likely determination, excuse me, is that she's died from the action of another person, therefore a homicide.
But you can't say, for example, whether Catherine Griffith attacked the other person with a knife first, right?
No.
Okay. And you don't know how everybody was positioned or whether there was a struggle over the knife or anything like that?
Not in this case. Sometimes we do, but not in this case. I did not have that detail of information.
Speaking about the bruises that you've shown the jury, those could be up to several days old, couldn't they?
So dating a bruise is tricky. There's no argument there. But in this case, I wouldn't say days, but could they have been present a couple of hours before the incident? I can't tell you.
Okay. And bruises such as we saw on the photos could happen from somebody bumping into something?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people can bruise very easily. You know, you always get a bit concerned when there's a lot of them, and there are a lot of them. And I wasn't provided with an explanation other than a confrontation that might provide an explanation for them.
What about from doing innocuous activities like housework or things like that?
Also, yeah, it's entirely possible. And again, you would take that into account if it's as you are now, and that's perfectly fine. And yes, people can get bruises doing innocuous things. But the thing about innocuous things is that they tend to be very few bruises. They tend to be confined to one particular place, depending on what they were doing. And in this case, there's a lot of bruises, and they're in a lot of locations. So if you can give me the innocuous thing they were doing, I would consider it. But otherwise, for me, it more likely than not would be better explained being received during a confrontation.
A confrontation that could have been mutual combat.
Yeah, absolutely. A violent confrontation for whatever reason.
Do you, can you say whether somebody who has rheumatoid arthritis might bruise more easily than someone who doesn't?
It's not something I'm aware of as being a thing. But if they're taking very, if they're on a lot of steroids as part of the treatment, people on steroids do bruise easier.
Was there any way for you to determine whether Catherine Griffith was taking steroids for rheumatoid arthritis?
So wasn't aware that she was taking steroids, wasn't asked about that. And even if it was, the test for steroids is extraordinarily difficult. There are very few places in the world that do it. And even if you do it and you find steroids is present and you know she's taking it, I haven't proved anything. So if somebody tells me she's taking it, that's fine. But I wasn't told that.
Right, and I'm not suggesting that that's something that you normally would have been aware of, given the fact that the autopsy happened the day after she died and you spoke with law enforcement, not family members, right?
Correct.
Right. I'm just asking about that possibility.
Sure, yeah.
In your training and experience, have you ever observed bruises that are clearly made from, say, a hand or fingers?
Yes.
So if somebody's grabbing somebody's arm,
yes,
like I'm showing, so fingers around the arm, you would expect to see bruising that resembles the shape of the fingers.
It can do. They have a name. They're called discoid bruises, meaning looks like the pads of your finger. It can happen, and certainly I have seen them, particularly in young women that have died by strangulation. You can see, not in every case, but you can see the hallmarks of what looked like fingertips or somebody was grabbed by the neck by their fingers. It's also possible that if a person is strong enough and the other person is small enough, you can get similar discoid-like bruises. There's nothing about the bruise that screams at you, this is a fingertip. But what you can do is that if somebody says, could that be a fingertip? Then you can say, yes, that could be a fingertip.
Did you notice any of those types of bruises on Catherine Griffith?
Nothing that would have jumped out at me as specifically that. Yeah.
You've mentioned that the neck is a particularly vulnerable spot on the human body. There was no bone involved in this stab wound, was there?
It did not go through the cervical spine, no.
Okay, so it went through soft tissue, basically.
Soft tissue and trachea, which is cartilage. It's a little firmer, but yeah, it's not a whole lot, but it's a little firmer.
And so far as you know, there was no clothing or any object over the Catherine Griffith's neck to also provide, say, a layer of protection beyond her own skin.
I'm not aware if there was. Yeah, I didn't see any or wasn't told about it.
You mentioned that the cartilage is a little bit tougher than some of the other soft tissue that the knife went through. And maybe this is crazy, but explain what a tracheotomy is.
So tracheotomy, you're talking about in emergency situations, I'm not trying to be facetious, but a cricoid tracheotomy, a cricothoracic tracheotomy. if you're in an emergency situation, the person's airway is compromised for whatever reason, a crushing injury or something is blocking the airway, and you need to get air into the airway, so you bypass the blockage. So you find the Adam's apple, and
Which is the trachea, right?
which is the voice box, is the front of the voice box, more prominent in males than females. But then you come down approximately 1 finger, but as you rub there, you feel a little dip. It's very subtle, but you'll feel it. And that's where you want to make your incision. But that's not going through cartilage, it's going through this soft tissue in between.
My mistake. You mentioned in your direct testimony that you can't say with any certainty what level of force was necessary to make this wound.
No, I can't give you a number. No.
And you said that but you are aware that there are some variables that can give us some information about the level of force.
Yep.
If you're looking at a spectrum from very little to a whole lot.
Yeah, they are, but from my point of view, it's the tip of the blade that really, once the tip of the blade overcomes the skin, the greatest resistance is from the skin.
Correct.
And once you get over that, you'd be surprised how little actually is involved. But that doesn't mean that the person wasn't using a lot of force. It just means I can't tell you.
Right, I understand. And in this particular case, the tip of the knife that that caused this wound was triangular in shape. Are you aware of that?
I don't believe the knife was shown to me. I wasn't brought the knife from memory, at least. Look, I've seen so many cases since in between. I might be missed, but I don't think. But I think I may have seen a photograph of the knife.
So what is it your understanding that it was a triangular tip?
Yeah, like a typical kitchen large carving knife, I guess is what I would call it. Yeah.
And would you agree that that type of tip is actually geometrically speaking, is the easiest to penetrate the skin with?
Yeah, so that's a sharp tip, and that once it penetrates the skin, you don't anticipate much more force being required for it to continue in.
I want to ask you a question about the toxicology in this case. I know you personally did not perform the toxicology tests, but you received the results of the toxicology tests on Catherine Griffith's blood, right?
Yes, correct. We take the samples, they're sent to a toxicology laboratory. It's a whole different world. They live in a different place, but they're the ones who do the testing. It's up to us to do the interpretation.
Right, and in this particular case, while you didn't find that the toxicology results contributed to Catherine Griffith's death, there were some drugs in her system that you were at least concerned enough to note in your report, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I use the word concern. I'm kind of obligated to tell the truth, and if they're in the report, I've got to report that. I can't hide it. But there were 2 drugs present. That is correct.
Okay, what were the drugs?
One drug is called alprazolam. You might know it as Xanax, and the other drug is amphetamine.
Okay, tell the jury about alprazolam.
So I'm sure I'd be surprised if you haven't heard about Xanax. It's a drug which is given, is widely abused by many people, but it's a legitimate drug. It's prescribed. Typically, it's belong to a class of drugs similar to Valium. It's a benzodiazepine, and it's used typically for anxiety. People who are prone to anxiety or have anxiety. It can be used for other reasons, but that's the main reason. People who who have symptoms or signs of anxiety. There might be, heartbeat, racing heartbeat, chest palpitations, whatever the case may be, not sleeping well. Typically, Xanax can be prescribed for that.
And as far as some of the side effects that could occur from alprazolam, do some of those side effects, although they might be rare, include racing thoughts?
Yeah, it's like any drug. No drug is perfect. Some drugs, they can have strange side effects. It's true. Can Xanax cause the opposite almost of what it's designed to do? Like any drug, that can happen. It would be very rare, but it can happen.
What about agitation? Can Xanax cause agitation?
And oddly enough, it's paradoxical. It's given for agitation, so why would it be causing that? In very rare cases, it's been known to happen.
And what about risk-taking behavior? Can it also cause that?
Risk-taking behavior. What do you mean by risk-taking behavior?
That's just what the literature said. That's the term I'm asking about. And it can be interpreted many different ways.
Yeah, it can. Yeah. It is a drug. It is a drug that's commonly abused, I suppose. So if people are using it in an abusive manner, that's not the medical reason why they were taking it or the reason why they're prescribed it. So I'm not sure what risk-taking behavior is, but it can be abused or misused.
You have no idea whether Catherine Griffith had a valid prescription for Xanax.
I do not.
The amount that was in her blood could have been well above a therapeutic dose that a doctor would prescribe, correct?
Tricky one to answer,
Yes.
because Xanax is, like most other benzodiazepines, is a drug that's subject to what's called tolerance. What does that mean? Simply put, if any of you drink alcohol, you probably noticed that the first time you drank alcohol, it had a certain effect on you. But as you continue to drink, get older, you seem to need more of the alcohol to get the same effect. That's tolerance. So you need more of the drug for it to do the same thing. Xanax is certainly prone to that. So looking at a blood level in a post-mortem setting doesn't tell you a lot about whether that person was taking too much or it's had an effect on them, or this could be her normal. This could be just the amount she needs to have to be on a steady keel. Maybe it was a lot higher in the day. This is just a snapshot of what we caught. There's also another reason to make it complicated for you. I mean, it does take a while to get through all of this. There's a thing called post-mortem redistribution, okay, and that is a circumstance where if you take a certain drug or certain drugs for long enough in your life, you would think that they go in, circulate around your blood, and then the body gets rid of them. Not true. Right? If you take certain drugs long enough, the body goes in, circulate around the blood, and then there's part of them are stored, sequestered, like a jury is sequestered in a room, and they're not available to the body, but they've dissolved in the fatty tissues, or they've dissolved in other compartments of our body, which is water, fat, protein, and so on. And then after death, when you die, those stores are released and they go back into the blood. Some of them do. So sometimes the blood result you're looking at is actually higher than it would have been when she was alive, or anybody was alive. So it's another factor we have to take into account. And Xanax is one of those drugs. So depending on how long and how much she was taken, this 27 could be a little higher than what it would have been at the time of her death. But in any event, it is not at a level that would concern me that it participated in her death, that it would have impaired her beyond some extraordinary means. It's almost, if you're doing enough of these cases long enough, 27 is not high, and it wouldn't concern me personally.
Okay. But it could be above a therapeutic dose that a doctor prescribed to her.
Yeah, so again, for the same reason I've just explained,
Yeah.
therapeutic, we can't use the terms therapeutic because we're not dealing with a therapeutic situation because it's post-mortem. And secondly, I don't know how much she's been prescribed or how much
if
she's
she's
taken.
been prescribed.
Or even if she is being prescribed. Correct. I don't know that.
Okay, so then let's go to the amphetamine. What is amphetamine?
So amphetamine is a stimulant drug. It's belonged to the amphetamine class. It's a subclass of another division of drugs called the phenylethylamines, of which that's an entirely large family. But the amphetamines have been around for quite a while, maybe late 1800s, early 1900s. They really became into their own in probably World War II, when the German army figured out that by giving them to the soldiers, that they needed less food and they could stay awake longer because they were running out of men. So they needed the few men to have. So they were given, Hitler famously was partly one of the many drugs he was taking was an amphetamine. They've been around a long time.
So basically, it's what some people refer to as speed or an upper.
It's an upper. It's a stimulant. It activates the nervous system to reduce tiredness or appetite and to stimulate the sensation of being awake.
Which is sort of the opposite of what a benzodiazepine or alprazolam is designed to do.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Amphetamines can cause side effects such as erratic behavior.
Yes.
And sometimes even violence.
Any stimulant can be associated with violent behavior in certain people at certain times, yes.
And Catherine Griffith had both amphetamines and alprazolam in her blood.
Yep, the amphetamine is reported at less than 0.1 milligram per liter, which is about 100 nanograms per mil. It's a very, very low amount, but it's there.
Do you know if she had been prescribed amphetamines?
I do not know that.
I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Doctor, could you tell the jury about amphetamines being prescribed for?
Like a legal prescription, what would be an example of that to treat what?
Yeah, so amphetamines are prescribed, can be prescribed. The more common one is ADHD. So typically, there are several formulas available on the commercial market. So that's one. And the other one that I know of is narcolepsy. People who suffer from sudden bouts of falling asleep can be prescribed amphetamine. So there are genuine, legitimate reasons why somebody may have it in their bloodstream.
The two substances in Kathy Griffith's toxicology results, is it a fair statement they have nothing to do with their cause of death or manner of death?
I don't believe so, no.
All right, I have no further questions for you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is he released?
Yes, sir.
Sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Doctor.
Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just past 10:30. We'll go ahead and take our mid-morning recess of 15 minutes.
All rise, please. May I be seated?
Anything before the break, Mr. Levine?
Your Honor, I have, the next witness is going to be Robert Volantis. I have instructed him that he is, pursuant to the court's ruling and order, that he is not to mention in any way, shape, or form that the defendant killed his dad. So that will not be elicited from me. He understands that. But in an abundance of caution, if perhaps Your Honor could instruct him outside the presence of the jury.
Mr. Levine, do you mean you're not even going to ask him about that incident at all, or he just needs to know he can't say it was the defendant's father or relative?
Well, if I remember correctly, Your Honor.
I don't know what you intend to present, is why I'm asking that.
Yes, if I remember correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Your Honor ruled that he could not mention that the defendant told him that the killing in Oklahoma was not an accident, that it was planned, even without mentioning that it was the defendant's dad that he killed. That's my understanding of your ruling. So if that wasn't your ruling, then I would ask for that.
I think that was my ruling, but I didn't know what other
Correct.
information he might have that's adjacent to that.
Gotcha. No, I will not be asking him anything about the killing in Oklahoma, and he understands that. But once again, where we are in the trial, which is coming in the home stretch of the state's case, and to ensure the integrity of not getting a mistrial, I would request that you that you order to not discuss that.
And I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Levine's suggestion to speak with him outside the presence of the jury.
Let's do that when I get back, so it's as fresh in his mind before he's called to the stand.
Very good, thank you, Your Honor.
I keep forgetting you've got to unmute on the computer as well as on the microphone, because I just tap the microphone. It's so easy. Anyway, so what I got from that was very little, because I've only been here 5 minutes. But for what I did get here for was quite interesting. Pardon me. There was 2 drugs in her system that were of a very low amount, so I don't think that would have affected her very much. I mean, there was Xanax, which is to do with anxiety. They likened it to Valium, which is a sleeping drug, so it might have the effect of numbing her in a way a little bit. But he did say he couldn't tell how much of that was in her blood, which is interesting. But it's one of those things that probably would make you more agitated. That's what he did say. And there was a stimulant, probably because she was tired and working very hard all the time. That I can imagine, because she has all of the housework to do, probably to work and look after her kid, unless she didn't do anything for a job, which I don't know. But Night Bottle will put me right on that one, I'm sure. He was a handful from what I gathered yesterday when I was listening. Q. Yes, I think would be a little more than a little bit. I don't think Nightbot can type at the moment. I did tell her that the batteries need changing. Nightbot is used to a Mac keyboard, and I am used to a normal keyboard. This is why the mistakes keep happening. Who is on chat today? And who is lurking? Yeah, poor cat, yeah. We'll treat her like a princess today. Oh, nice. Yeah, not many people have been chatting today. Although I'll say hi to Lewis, because apparently Katya says that she's here. She, he, Lewis, Lois. I'm sorry if I get it wrong. And Denise. And we'll say hello to both of you. as per Banshee's option. Opinion. Is that opinion? Sorry, I can barely read at the moment. I need to wash my eyes. Kay's here as well. It's always good to see the three of you together. I was thinking if Night could get up, I could show you the Wraith Knight that I've been painting that you saw the other day. Sorry, I keep looking that direction. I'm going to try not to, and then just signal with my arm and go. Hello. Had the voice on my TV. Oh, I bet that would be very scary if I popped up on your TV. Yes, it's the big dude. Big dude. Sorry. My bad. A voice from beyond the grave. He's trying to call me a ghost, I'm sure. So, people have asked me about this before, but I've managed to get it somewhat painted. There is people going back in the court, but yeah. Actually, I would have to see whether I can get the screen a bit bigger somehow. No, I think Catty would kill me. Let's see. Because I would have to... I am working the system so I can get it back quickly. So... pardon me on a live. I keep doing it. I don't know why. So, picture layout 6 I'm looking for. That's the one we're currently... found the one we're currently on. I'll switch back once I'm done. So, this is how far I've got. Most of the stuff is painted in silver. And... yeah. I'm just working out where the camera is. Right, I'll move a bit closer. So, yeah. So it took me forever to get to this stage, as you can imagine. It's still got a lot of painting to do left on it, but I've done pretty well. So I'm trying to think of the last trial I was painting this on. So that would have been the Natalie Cochran one. So that's what I was doing during the Natalie Cochran trial. Right, I better put this back to the way it was. I'll go glossy. I could go glossy and add another coat, and I think I will. That is a good point. A ghostly encounter. I think I'm going to change my name from Nightbot to Night Ghost. Don't give him ideas. The mat is nice. I might try it in places. Or I might try and paint some scratches on, like bullet kind of pings or something like that. I might try that a little bit. Night AI Ghost is too much of a mouthful, I think. Oh, put the feedback up. Just make sure it's still playing. It's still playing, so I think we've got a couple of minutes. Do you spray with a protective coat? No, because I'm new at this. I imagine a clear coat would be quite good. I'm not sure how it would affect the models. I'd have to ask the experts that have been there for years. I know one person who's done it since being a kid, so I imagine he'll be able to tell me. All right, so it's probably 5 minutes. I just had one of our customers text me back. So at work, I noticed that somebody had done the lampposting, and I sent a picture to my boss, or the person that pays me. And he texted back saying that that's been like that for a good while. I said I must have been so diligent at my job that I never noticed. A polyurethane stuff. I'll have a look. But that is interesting. I still want to see all those tanks from I've forgotten her name. She said her son paints the tanks. Toxic, that's it, Toxic. My brain is just not working today. Polyurethane. Have a quick Google. Poly. Trial's not on yet. Oh, I see movement. I might have to switch back. Only today. Well, I've got to keep you going. Then I've got to think afterwards. So that's probably why you think my brain doesn't work. Nightbot. Chipping off feeling. Well, I suppose. Although I could actually print up a new set of models and then paint them again. But I suppose it depends how much I really want to do that. Yeah. Because they are. We will be a painting. Yeah, if you keep me on. Because they are resin printed models, the more not difficult. I can't think of the word. The more fragile. So if you drop them, then that's it. So if they were very solid models, I probably would polyurethane them. If they were very delicate and had things sticking out everywhere, I'd be forever gluing them back on, and eventually I'd just get sick of gluing them and print another set. We have a lot of builders on this channel. I feel sorry for Katya. Baking, painting, and unveiling. Yes, please send them Toxic, because I'm sure Katya would love to show me them eventually when she gets around to it. I'm not a builder. No, you are certainly not a builder. Your specialities are investigating and retaining in your memory facts of cases and dealing with difficult jargon. I personally say that's one of Nightbot's special abilities. She has good qualities. I'm trying to believe she has good qualities. Paint fumes. Actually, what's worse is the resin fumes, which I haven't figured out how to channel properly. Actually, I use Citadel paints, which are rather expensive, so I imagine me huffing those paints out isn't gonna get me fumigated, I guess. I have a massive paint pot right beside me. I'm just gonna take a couple of things out of it, and I might show you. Pardon me, what I actually work with. So this is my paint pot. So I went a little bit crazy. No. I've been to work today, so that's what's affecting my brain at the moment. Yeah, yes. So the containers, I'll have to show it backwards because obviously you'll get copyright striked. So this is what the containers look like. I'll keep my thumb over the front of it so Katya doesn't kill me. So they have these little caps that flip open. And because there's bits of plastic at the back, see whether I can get it in the shot. Anyway, they keep the pot open. And I better go back to the trial thing, or else Katya will kill me. Ellen lied me. I'm sorry, I keep doing it. And not deliberately. I apologize if you hear Katya humming me. Right, we are back to trial. So I better mute myself after they figure out what they're doing. Uh-oh.
Stand right there at the podium, if you like. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. You are Robert Willantis, correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, Mr. Willantis, the parties have asked me to speak with you a moment to make sure you understand the limits of your testimony. Mr. Levine apparently has already discussed this with you, but I do not believe, and it's been represented to me, that neither party will be asking you anything about Charles Griffith's killing in Oklahoma. You understand that, correct?
Yes, Judge.
And that is correct, Mr. Levine. You are not going to
Technical difficulties.
So he's not being unalived. He's not being unalived, everybody. It's just Lauren. The feed has gone down, so we're just trying to figure out what's happening. 1 second.
Yeah, the live feed is suddenly just gone. This is not good. Do you want to swap places? Okay.
Sorry, 1 second.
Just move this out of the way so you don't knock it over. Thank you.
Sorry, we're just trying to figure it out what is happening. Because all of a sudden the feed went down. Hopefully they will come back very, very soon. One second. Trying to see what has happened now for the feed to go down all of a sudden. See if there's any information on X. Let's see what the chat is saying, if anything is in a chat of I think something might have happened because the court has been having a couple of issues today. The court has been having a technical issues, and I don't know what is happening. Nightbot is still alive. He has not been unalived. Is back on his computer. We're back on a correct spot. We are just trying to figure it out what is happening. Everybody, just bear with us a moment while we're trying to figure it out. I'm gonna scour X to see if has anyone said anything about the court gone black for any reason on the trial. While if you do go to as well to X, make sure you follow us. The gavel drops there as well. We are just trying to figure it out. Maybe the feed. Let me see if we are back. Nope, still not. Oh, hang on. They had a comment there. Oh, okay. They say that the feed will return shortly. Let me see if I can find any other feed. Meanwhile, that we can check the court. Sorry about this again. Be everybody about
Thank you if you'd step outside.
There you go. And we're back, people.
Judge, it occurs to me before Mr. Melendez leaves
Yes.
that if there is going to be a question such as while Collin was living with his dad in Oklahoma, it sounds like the rest of that question might be, did Kathy have much contact with him? And that, the basis of that objection to that would be hearsay, because he doesn't know that. He would have been told that by Kathy. So, like I said, I'm guessing at what the second part of that possible question might be, but I'm worried that.
Levine, is that where you were going?
No, Your Honor, my question will be something to the effect of, did the defendant live with his father in Oklahoma for a few years while Kathy remained in Florida?
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, we're ready for the jury.
Just forgetting to put my headphones on. They are still quiet for some reason. I left my Pepsi can by Nightbot replacement. What did you just try to say, Nightbot?
Rise, please.
You may be seated. Mr. Levine, state's next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Robert Wolantis.
Step this way, please. And you raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge.
Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Wolantis. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Robert Wolantis. Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T, Wolantis, W-A-L-A-N-T-A-S.
For the second time today, we are having problems. My modder is working furiously to find out why. Well, it kind of is frozen, but yeah, it has moved. So we might be getting back to that lovely rainbow screen that we see. Yes, toxic regular Pepsi is rubbish. I do also have Dr. Pepper, so we'll have a conflict on something else. Why does this have to happen? Hmm. Contact. Oh, looks like we're almost back on.
181
There
says
we
Continental Divide.
It is. That's in eastern New Mexico.
And then,
I'm holding up the other side of the sign.
all right. Did the sign fall down or not?
We held it in place. Kathy and I did a good job that day.
All right. What about 183?
That is Kathy with a huge log of petrified forest. And that is the largest meteorite or a piece of the meteor that impacted in Arizona.
And then final photograph?
That is my birth mother and Kathy and I. So we have 3 generations there. That was for her 90th birthday.
All right. Now, Mr. Lantis, when the defendant moved back to Florida to live with Kathy, was Kathy happy about that?
She was thrilled.
Now, during the time period when, like, since then, when he moved back to Florida and lived with her, did she try to make up for lost time?
She did.
And what were some of the activities that she and your grandson would do?
They had to catch up on 3 years of school. Collin was 3 years behind. And then they also caught up on the 4th year. So he got 4 years of education done in a single year. That's a huge accomplishment. They went to Australia, Central America, the Caribbean. She wanted to give him.
Sustained.
Now, Mr. Willantis, what was your daughter's profession?
She was a teacher.
And what subject matter did she teach?
Mainly English, but she would do other humanities as well.
Now, tell briefly to the jury about your relationship with your grandson. Did you have a relationship with the defendant?
We would talk on the phone, but I'm not a helicopter parent. I was there to support him and to support Kathy and to love them and be there for them.
Based upon your personal observations, did it appear that the defendant trusted you and would talk to you and confide in you about certain things, grandfather, grandson topics?
Yes.
Did there come a time when the defendant said something to you that was very disturbing to you?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what the defendant said to you.
My grandson was very aggravated at his grandmother and his mother. He said, "I am so tired of these 2 bitches. I'm disgusted." He said, "My mom, I keep thinking over and over, I want to slit her throat. I want her to bleed out. I want to smell the blood. I want to feel the blood. I want to feel the life and the blood leaving her body."
Now, when he said that, what went through your mind?
I needed to take a deep breath and do what I could to discourage that thought, because thoughts become words, words become actions.
What did you say to him in response?
I said, "Collin, I love you, buddy, but you can't have those kinds of thoughts and focus on them and then speak them, because you will cause them to become reality. Please think positive things about your mom, about yourself, and about a good future together."
Now, at any point, did you warn your daughter about what the defendant was wanting to do to her?
I did, but I did not use the exact words because there was so much malice.
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Now, explain to the jury, were you concerned that if you used the exact words the defendant said that he wanted to do to his mom, that might negatively affect their mother-son relationship?
It would, and I was afraid it would actually give her nightmares.
Did you tell her a clean version or a more vanilla version, if you will?
Yes, I did.
What was her response?
That he's been threatening her and he's been threatening Susan multiple times with killing both of them.
Now, knowing that though, did she still want him in the household and want him to keep having the relationship with him?
Yes.
Mr. Wolantis, I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you. Cross.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Wolantis, you didn't come to Kathy's funeral, did you?
No.
Can you explain why?
The funeral for a person is for those left behind. I will see Kathy in my thoughts and my mind. That's where I want to keep her. Attending a funeral where her body is placed in the ground, that's not Kathy. Kathy's spirit is elsewhere. The essence of Kathy is elsewhere. She's with me. She's here in this room today with each of you. She can speak to you. She can speak to me.
Mr. Wolantis?
Ma'am?
I asked whether you went to the funeral and why. Just answer that question, please.
You interrupted me as I was explaining why. That you don't like my response, ma'am, that's your problem.
Judge, would you please?
If you would avoid the commentary and you've asked the question.
I did ask the question, but then he's talking about her being present and speaking to the jury, which is non-responsive.
Sustained as to non-responsive, that portion.
Mr. Wolantis, the pictures showed a trip that you took with Kathy. That was one trip, right?
That's correct.
Have you taken any such trips with any of your other children?
No.
Do you have memory problems, Mr. Wolantis?
With what, ma'am?
Just in general.
Oh, sometimes I might think it was something that occurred a week ago and it's actually a week and a half ago.
Okay. But that's the extent of your memory problems?
Usually, yes.
When was it that you say Collin told you that he wanted to slit his mother's throat?
I believe it was 4 months before she was murdered. It may have been before that.
And Judge, I'm going to ask that he be instructed not to use terms like that. That's for the jury to decide.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is up to you to decide whether or not there was a murder in this case. You'll disregard that, the use of that word.
Mr. Wolantis, please tell us the month, if you remember, that Collin supposedly told you the things that you've shared with the jury today.
May
May of what year?
2024.
Okay. And how did he tell you? Was it over the phone or by text?
Over the phone.
Okay. And what's your phone number?
505. This is being broadcast. I really don't want everybody calling me.
Would you shut the feed off, please, for just a moment? It's on. It's all right. Ms. Thorne.
Mr. Wolantis, do you have any other phone numbers that Collin would have talked to you on?
No.
And your certain that the phone call happened in May of 2024, aren't you? Because you said it happened shortly before the presidential debate where Joseph Biden had to later withdraw from the presidential race, correct?
It was before that. How much before that? Was it a month? Was it a month and a half? Could it have been 2 months? Sure.
You came to court here in Florida back on January 14th of 2025, correct?
Yes.
And you rose your right hand, swore to tell the truth.
Yes.
Do you remember being asked this question and giving this answer? Question. Now, did your grandson, Collin Griffith, then at some later time make some very disturbing statements to you about what he wanted to do to your daughter, his mom? Answer. A few weeks before the disappointing presidential debate in June, which we can all snicker about, Collin was telling me, and then it goes on to repeat what you said earlier, but
Yes.
you remember saying it was a few weeks before the debate.
Yes.
Did you ever call the police about this statement that you claim Collin made to you?
I called the police here. Yes.
Oh, I meant at the time that he made it to you. So in May of 2024, or a few weeks before the debate.
No.
So let's talk about your call to the police in September of 2024. You found out from your son, John, that Kathy died, correct?
Yes.
He called you.
Yes.
At some point after John called you and told you that, you watched a press conference that was put on by Sheriff Grady Judd, correct?
Yes.
And you watched it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
And it was about 20 minutes long, if you remember.
About, yes.
And Sheriff Judd described in detail how Kathy died, right?
Yes.
And it was only after you watched that press conference that you took the initiative to call the police here.
Yes.
They didn't contact you as a close member of Kathy's family to get any information from you, did they?
Initially, no.
Right, you contacted them.
Correct.
So you inserted yourself into the situation.
Yes.
Oh, I know what I was going to ask. Sorry. Mr. Walantis, how often would you say that you talk to your grandson Collin on the phone?
I don't know. Somewhere between once a week, every 2 weeks.
For what
3
period of
weeks.
time?
It's up to him.
No, I mean, up until when? Like over the months since he had been living in Florida with his mom? Every week, every 2 weeks from...
Things dramatically decreased after we spoke at that time.
So you say that it decreased after you spoke with him in probably May of 2024 and he made this supposed statement to you.
Yes.
Did you text with him still or no?
There may have been some. I don't recall every text, every phone call exactly.
So, Mr. Willantis, can you explain why in Collin's phone records, there are a total of 3 phone calls between you two from mid-2023 till September of 2024?
Yes, I can explain why.
Okay. Why?
Well, there's Colin's phone. Colin had an initial phone that his mom got for him. Then he got another phone number. And then often when Kathy would talk, she would then hand her phone to Colin and we'd talk from there. So you have 3 different phones.
Oh, do you know what phone you talked to him on every week up until September of 2024?
On my phone, I know
Right,
that
the
much.
phone- the
Which
phone
one?
that he was using,
He was on one of the 3.
but only 3 calls on the phone that we are all aware of.
No, there's 3 phones, ma'am, not just one.
The records we have. Sorry.
Objection, how do you know what the records?
Sustained.
And you said that there may have been some text messages. So the text messages that are shown by the records indicate that there have been no text messages between you and Colin since Father's Day of 2023, when he texted you Happy Father's Day. Does that make sense?
Most everything was phone calls. There were some texts since then between one of the 2 of Colin's phones.
Do you know where Colin kept this mysterious other phone?
I don't know about a mysterious phone, ma'am. I said there were 2 different phones he had. He had one phone number, and then he got another phone number. And that was something that he and Kathy arranged.
And this is something that Kathy told you.
No, he had one phone number, and I put it in for Collin Griffith. Then he told me that he had another phone number. His mom got him a different phone. So I put that phone number in, and then Kathy's phone. So that's the 3 phones.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Levine.
Yeah, just read. Mr. Willantis,
The defense said that you inserted yourself into this situation. Do you recall that?
Yes,
You are the deceased victim's father, correct?
yes, I am.
Did you insert yourself into anything voluntarily?
When Colin and I spoke about that disturbing phone call, I told him that if anything happened, I would be talking with people officially instead of being quiet.
And does it make sense that the murdered victim's father calls law
Sustained.
Excuse me. Does it make sense that it is?
Objection. It's calling for speculation.
Let me hear the question. Don't answer the question until I say so.
Yes, sir.
Did it make sense that the deceased victim's father would contact law enforcement with important information as you did?
Sustained. It's for the jury to decide, Mr. Levine.
Now, when you called law enforcement on September 23rd of 2024, you told law enforcement the disturbing violent statement that the defendant made, correct?
I did.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
I have no problem with it being released.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Levine, is there a witness that we can call up before a reasonable lunch hour?
Your Honor, there's going to be a witness from out of county that's available at 1 o'clock. The only other witness for today is Detective Peters, which will be lengthy testimony.
All right. That witness is not due till 1, or might that witness be here at 12:30? Do you know?
the out of county witness from Charlotte County Sheriff's Office won't be here until 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have a more leisurely lunch today of about an hour and a half. It sounds like we have 2 more witnesses for the day and cannot start that until 1 o'clock. So please enjoy your lunch and leave your notepads in the chair. It occurred to me, by the way, yesterday that I think I forgot to tell you during the preliminary instructions, in case you're worried about it. No one's ever going to read your notes, including me. You'll be allowed to take them with you to the deliberations room so that you have your notes there when you're discussing the case. And when your deliberations are over, they'll be delivered to me and promptly destroyed in the shredder in my office. And I will not be reading them. So just so that you can rest assured of that. So please enjoy your lunch and report back at 1 o'clock.
All rise, please. May be seated.
Anything before the lunch hour and a half?
No, Your Honor. The first witness will be relatively short. There'll be one video clip played, and then Detective Peters will be longer, Your Honor.
All right, we're going to be finishing watching the rain clips through
Yes, Your
Detective
Honor.
Peters. All right. Plus, I'm assuming there's some other.
Yes, Your Honor. There's a number of text messages as well and some other things.
He's not your last witness, is he?
For today, he is, Your Honor.
So, but you're not resting today.
I'm not resting today, but as I was telling Ms. Thornhill earlier, on Monday, the state will be resting at some point.
All right. If you think you're going to be resting super early, it might be good to know that. While we'll have to take up whatever motion there may be and other matters, it may be that Ms. Thornhill could get started with her case on Monday.
Yes, we discussed that, and she'll probably have witnesses available first thing in the morning in case there's not much presented by me.
Okay.
Yep, we've already taken care of it mostly.
All right. I like lawyers who think ahead.
All right, Judge, thank you.
All right. I'll see you after lunch.
I can talk now. Yes, breaking for lunch. So, from what we've gathered, it's not really a lot, to be fair. We did have the doctor on earlier. It said that she had 2 drugs in her system, but they were so low that it didn't even matter. That's just for case one's benefit. And then we have the witness, which was the granddad, which fascinates me because not only did he not attend the funeral, which was absolutely shocking, but he was not a helicopter parent. Now, that is such an unusual statement to make, which means he really wasn't that involved, even though Collin was texting and calling him, which is weird because he must have wanted to have some sort of relationship with the granddad. Apologies, I don't remember his name. So that's what I got from that. But right off the bat, from what he was saying, I don't know whether it was because he had some sort of call it Is the granddad named Colin?
No, Robert.
Robert. Okay, so the granddad's name is Robert. So I don't know whether it's because he's angry with Colin why he said those two statements about him being on the phone. But obviously, this was before the murder. Unaliving, sorry. I'm trying not to say it. So before the unaliving, he might have said these statements to the police already. So it's good in a way that they reported it to the police straight away so that they could have done something about it. Now, I'll be quite curious to see what the police actually did in response to that comment. Like, the two comments was sick of these two bees, that he wanted to actually, I don't know whether I could say that word on stream, use a knife and watch her bleed out. So oh, screen went black. Oh, Red Sea. So he wanted to see a Red Sea. But also what I don't understand for me is why he had 3 phones. Was one a burner? One was obviously for contacting people normally, but a third phone? It just doesn't make much sense. Right. So that is all the notes from that next little bit. Thank you very much, Case One. It is not the first time I've been on stream, which is interesting. So if you can find the other one, that was my first one. I'm trying to think which trial it was. I'm sure Nightbot will put it in the chat. So I think for Natalie Cochran's first part, that was the first time I've been on. Yeah. I'll send her some hugs and prayers for you, Case One. Yeah. I don't really have a lot to talk about other than we're getting food after this. Hello, Nessie 267. I apologize if I get the names wrong. It is very small from here. And as you can tell, Nightbot is actually TCA because she's going to be fully annoyed at me when I say the wrong words. Oh, it's Denise. I have a lot of people in my life. I'm trying to remember more is just like, oh. I all think of you fondly. Ah, right. I see. I now have 2 accounts as well. I used to have 3, but TCA took over the other one. Please sub to my little TCA. Thank you. That was much appreciated. Please type any questions. I will be answering them. Even if they are about TCA. I can feel Furious typing in the background. Ah, back to lurking. I'm trying to decide what to have from McDonald's. I've got to take a look at the menu. I wonder whether the menu is how different the menu for McDonald's is in America. Furiously looking for the app. And do you have the app as well? Yes, Big Mac is definitely one of the favorites, but I do occasionally like to try the new menu. Of course, the portions are bigger than the USA. Yes. Chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggets is more TCA's thing. I do occasionally enjoy them. Oh, we have the rainbow screen. Come on. Oh, we're back. Not we're actually back. It's still lunch, but they brought back the seal of the court. Is that what it's called? I'm sure Nightbot will furiously type and tell me. Chicken tenders. Yes, chicken tenders is every time what Katia orders most TCA. Right, now I'm trying to decide on I don't know. Can I show the phone with McDonald's app on?
Mhm.
Oh, nice. I've not had a hangover in years, but if I did, I would get a Big Mac. It's the sodium. I haven't had a drink in a while, so tonight might be the change of that, depending how good or bad this stream goes. Egg McMuffin. Yeah, it's a solid breakfast. I do like it, although I'm building back up to it.
You did not see my comment.
I'm looking for Nightbot's comment. Oh, what is a hangover? Nightbot says. She claims not to have a hangover ever. Although if she were, I'm sure things will get pretty wild. I need a sausage. I actually like the sausage better than the egg. I can't have bacon because it's just annoyingly chewy. So, what's new is they have a barbecue ranch stack. Oh, yummy. What did you eat? Well, I haven't ate yet. I'm still trying to order. So, I don't know whether America has the app, but it is fantastic. So, please comment and tell me about your McDonald's experience. Katsu chicken. They're trying to make it Japanese when it's just fried chicken. This is amazing. Yum except for ketchup. Oh man, come on. My order: chicken tenders, McDonald's. I'm going to be handing my phone to Nightbot, in which she will be ordering that. Annoyingly, I'm still deciding on what I want. Oh. What time is it in America?
Depends on the state.
Roughly. What time is it roughly in America? Because over here it's about 4:45 p.m. Okay, so explains why I'm getting a few breakfast comments, but it would have been past the breakfast time though, because breakfast time is like What, 10? 10? 11. Okay. Yeah, we get hungry early because we go to sleep early, kind of. Do I chance the new barbecue ranch stack? I think I will. I'll chance it and I'll show you what it's like, maybe. I still have to okay everything with TCA so I don't get into too much trouble. I don't get where Nightbot is going with this. The good thing is TCA will be going down for food, so I won't have to climb down the stairs and wave furiously at the delivery man. That'll be her job. Tough, Nightbot. This is my price for doing your stream. Even though it's a pleasure. Or how indecisive TC is or Nightbot is. Oh, by the way, I've lost your order, Nightbot, so I'm going to hand the phone to you so you can order it. Oh, yeah. So, like, what is it made of? Plastic? Or just... that would make sense. There's a YouTuber named Chris Broad, and his entire set is a ramen shop, and his ramen is made of plastic, and every co-presenter that goes in starts messing about with this ramen bowl made of plastic and getting it everywhere. Yeah, it looks incredibly real. So yeah, like that show called Nailed It. Don't think I've heard of that one. Nailed It? Okay. Oh, right. So it must be... Is it like a YouTube channel for like fake food? Yeah, sure. Paint, gloss, lighting help. Yeah. It almost seems like you could get a Warhammer group and paint all the food and furiously. TC is furiously shoving the phone back to me. All right. I gotta pay. Let's see whether that works. Oh, we have a problem. Someone has to go to the restaurant. Huh? Well, since I've ordered it on the app, I'll have to go to the restaurant and pick it up. Because TCA wants to stay home. Right. I will be back in about hopefully 10-15 minutes. How long does it roughly take? 4 minutes? 14? 40? Apparently it takes me 40 minutes. How far is it? I would say 2 to 3 miles or 5 miles. Yeah, 10 minutes. It's along that road, then it's along that road, and then you're there. Drive. Yes, I better drive so I can get back and show you food from English McDonald's. Sorry, I'm trying to hype it up for some reason. Right, see you a bit later.
My perfect guy. Love you.
Hello. I am back from McDonald's and refreshed in some strange way. The ranch burger was actually rather nice. Barbecue ranch burger. Anyway, we have a new mod on channel, Zio. Thank you and welcome to being our mod and being one of the addicts of this channel. I was going to say something, but I've forgotten. Oh yes, we have a picture of the McDonald's we ordered. Oh yes, you are very, very welcome. TC is in the background. She's commenting on as Nightbot. This words and me not working today. Even driving today, I was just like, oh. Yes, McDonald's was amazing for some reason. Yes, I've got my milkshake right here. Yes, I have a thing. My nose is always cold. Food is another great topic in this channel. Yes. So throughout last year in the summer, we usually would get a takeaway. Very rarely do we cook. So, and in the winter time, it's the opposite problem. We seem to be always cooking and then rarely getting a takeaway. We got a takeaway today because I went to work and TCA did the stream. So, oh no, you retracted your message, Zio. I'm interested to get to know my new mod, or TCA's new mod. Feel free to ask questions, as I will be here all day. No, that. Maybe one day. Oh, I'll get the thimble out. A foot warmer too. Too much information. Right. I heard Nightbot was going to share a picture with us, but I don't know how she's going to do that. She's furiously typing at the moment. Surprised she hasn't actually replaced the batteries in the keyboard. I hear you typing, but I can't see anything. Oh, batteries are okay. Too much noise. Oh man. I can show the picture now. Well, maybe we'll wait till some people come back and then we'll show it. When we have at least 3 people commenting on stream. That would be amazing. I can tell you what it was like to drive on a Friday night to McDonald's in Sunderland. It was very busy. There must have been at least 10 cars in the drive-thru. Lunch was amazing. The barbecue ranch was sublime. And for some reason, Kaya got spicy wings, so she's currently regretting that decision. Yes, she says very good. I am a dragon now. She likes to breathe fire. Yes, so apart from the fact that it was being busy, there was a black car which decided to drive really fast, and as I was pulling out, nearly like terrible. Black cars at night. Why do you drive? I don't understand the comment, but I'm sure Nightbot will translate. Oh, I get it now. TCA normally breathes fire anyway, so. Can you actually hear you type on stream? You must have really good hearing, because I can hardly hear any of the shenanigans I normally get up to when I'm Nightbot, so. Oh. And that isn't even a mechanical keyboard, which shows how good the microphone is. Pecking away. At least she's not a one finger typer like this. Yeah. That would be unbearable. She is demonstrating the one finger style, which I hate. I love how I can just see myself on 3 screens doing the same thing. Not funny. I do love reading Katya's emails while she's on PC. Never! I would never give secrets away. Probably about all the times you secretly got orders in from takeaways. I have a question for my viewers. In America, in the McDonald's, are you allowed plastic straws? Because in England, you have to have paper straws. And it goes up at the neck. And you're just like sucking away and like... Especially with milkshakes. Absolutely terrible. Paper straws. Horrible. I'm sure Zio's... Oh, yes. I'm going to throw this one off the wall. Unless Nightbot gets me another one. Nightbot? Hey! She's getting straws. Your plastic straws! I'm so jealous. We actually have to buy metal straws. So they don't, like... But McDonald's do not provide metal straws, which is a shame. Any other questions? I'm trying to think of things to ask you guys. No way. So instead of you having tumbleweed, you've got plastic straws going around. Well, we got the plastic substitute straw. I apologize for what I'm about to do on stream. There we go. On average, how much tumbleweed would you say you actually see? Pardon me. I'm drooling because of the milkshake. Walmart bags. In the UK, it's either it's cans everywhere. Yeah, like I think you call it soda pop cans. We just call it pop can. Yeah, pop. Oh, stereotypes. I love stereotypes. I love it how Nightbot is holding back laughter at this stream for no apparent reason. I'm sure she'll tell me eventually. So, tumbleweeds. So, what is the stereotype of everyone here? So, okay, 2 Texans. So, Zio is Texan and Case 1 is Texan. My days. I cannot speak today. Right. No tumbleweed. Yes. I love this stereotype, Zio. I'll read this comment. So you're parking your horse outside the neon salon. No, saloon, I might add. I'm going in with your boots and dancing on the sawdust floor. And Nightbot replies by saying, the cowboys will come. Trying to think of what the... You forgot about the Spurs. Y'all. Fixing to be high noon here. Only when in the rodeo. Oh, typical. Catty wears them all the time. I mean, TCA. 4 minutes to court. What will we talk about now? I love it how we have 11 current viewers. We need more people to talk. Yeah, but I know you, Nightbot. It's just not the same. I mean, I can talk through a screen. I can throw stuff at you, but beans. I'm sorry. There's a meme on another person's channel. I'm sorry, Zio. Forgive me. Oh, you know the meme. Excellent. There's a YouTuber named Sea-Dog who has that meme, and it's just so hilarious. You need to watch that. That's hilarious. Oh, thanks, Zio. Banned. 4 minutes. Well, it'll probably be 3 minutes now. That is if they're on time and not mucking about with the camera. See you later, Zio. It was an honor. Come back soon. Please don't leave me alone with Nightbot. Brilliant. I think if I say beans one more time, Nightbot will kill me. They are adjusting the camera furiously over here. Unalive you. Yeah. Nightbot will unalive me at some point tonight. Because of all the lovely copyright strikes. See you later, K-Swan. It was a pleasure. He said later fire style. Oh. Forgive me. I've just realized. We're not actually saying goodbye to KS1. It's only people furiously going back and forth. It's not worth it. Remove the ticker. I'm working on it. Nope, it's not that one. It's the other side. Well, they're furiously moving about to their seats. Apologies. The temptation to move TCA's objection counter to 20,000 is quite a lot. Apparently, according to Nightbot, that would scare people. I do miss the peeps chatting on here. But I do appreciate the people that kept me company for the last couple of minutes. I could have actually been painting models in this time, but TCA wants me to engage with everyone. So that's what I'm trying to do. Probably the worst bit about this is a mind blank where you can't think of anything to talk about. That's why I like people asking me questions, because then we can go on a wild tangent. And I hear Nightbot wildly typing. Thank you, K-Swan. But the best part is people asking questions. Keyboard's not working anymore. I hate that keyboard with a passion, but I can't change it right now. I love Nightbot trying to work my computer. Sorry, she's making some very interesting noises. She's gonna throw my keyboard away. Well, if you could see her furious faces right now, you would all be in kings. It's not imposing in any way, but like just the right kind of face twisting to wait till you press the power button, Nightbot. When you press the wrong key on the keyboard, that's what Nightbot's doing at the moment, but I'm just waiting for it to hit the snooze button. That's when all the fun things happen on my computer. Yes, it is still live. I don't know who thought of the idea of putting a power button on a keyboard that's wireless. Because you just pick up the keyboard on the power button and turn it off. And you've got to get back up again to turn it on again. Who's not a smart person for sure, Nightbot? Is that you? Oh yeah, the person that put the power button on the keyboard. Yeah, I don't know why it's noisy, that keyboard. It's not a mechanical keyboard, but for some reason, every time you click down, it must hit some sort of plastic and make a noise. We have head movement. This is always exciting when it's court is about to start. More heads. My days. I wonder whether people think about the fact that they walk in front of the camera. Like you see the big back of their heads. You just ignore the camera totally. Noise. I'm with you,
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Griffith is present with both lawyers. Mr. Levine is here for the state counsel. Lieutenant Weger of Court Security has something to report, and then I'll ask you how you want it addressed.
Good afternoon.
We had 2 jurors have a situation at separate times with allied staff members at the entrance. One stated that the allied staff member made a comment to the effect of, I'm not verbatim, but luckily you're not in the trial with the kid that killed his mom. And then another juror had apparently the same individual said, yeah, you guys are in that mock trial, right? It's already going on, but she didn't understand what he meant, and I don't either. But either way, there were 2 comments made to 2 different jurors.
Mr. Levine,
I don't request anything, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill.
Based on what Lieutenant Uyghur has said, it sounds like it's nothing additional from what they already know. I guess we could ask the jurors exactly what they heard and if it affected how they felt about the case.
Which jurors are in Mr. Hurtel, do you know? Right, if you could get their names and then just bring the first one in.
This is off the record.
Oh.
See, and here I was,
Kind of.
but that's okay. Here I was feeling confident that we'd made it past on this trial, and then the civil Montes didn't
I'm still confident.
go.
It went no further than that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it sounds okay, but I don't know why.
I can let you know that that individual will not be working at the courthouse at any point from this point forward. So I can tell you, and all of the other allied staff are being given very strict reminders. They have already been trained that they are not to discuss, but we are reminding all of them and doing it strict. But that individual person will not be working at the courthouse anymore going forward.
Thank you for that reassurance.
Unless you can put your chair back there. If you have like a smaller one. Yeah.
Oh, so
That's very bad.
somebody got fired?
The person that talked to the jurors about the trial got fired, and that she worked in the.
Yeah, you are on. Yeah. I'm trying to work it out in my head.
Could you cut the audio feed, please?
So they're still cutting the audio feed, so we got some time to talk. So somebody got fired. And who was it, Nightbot? Because I struggled to follow that. I thought it was one of the jurors getting sacked, but it was one of the staff members talking about the case. Anyway, I'm going to turn off the camera. And
So basically, what happened was that someone in a courthouse talked to the jurors saying, "Oh, are you lucky that you're not on that trial of the kid that unalived the mom, and you are in a mock trial?" So, oh my days, that is shocking. Probably was like a cleaning room or someone that was in the cafeteria at the time, but that person has been fired. Can you imagine losing your job over this? I mean, it's a pretty very serious thing, I'm not gonna lie, because you are instructed in the beginning of your employment in the courthouse that you not should discuss any cases with anyone that are in the courthouse. But and then they go and do that. I mean, I know it's a very pretty wild case and very high profile case. That's why it took 3 days to select this jury. And now we are in this predicament that it could be very well that the defense could have asked a mistrial right there and then and asked for a new panel of juries to be set, and we have to restart this whole ordeal again, and more expense for the county, for the all people involved. So it's just wild. Sorry, I had to come and talk about this because this was too fiery not to talk about. Are they back?
Not yet. No.
Okay. So, oh my days, I can't believe I'm literally with the keyboard. If you guys could see, I'm with the keyboard of the
You
other
can't
PC.
see because I turned off the camera.
Yeah, no, it's okay, but I'm just explaining. I have a keyboard in my hand of the other computer where I was, because I was like, no, I need to talk because this is way too good not to talk about it. And so right now the judge is just talking, I think, with the two jurors that were involved in this whole situation and trying to see exactly what transpired. I don't think nothing is going to come out of it. Nothing is going to come, like, they are going to be excused, or they're not going to be kicked out of the jury.
Oh, the judge is getting so verbal about this.
Oh,
my days.
that is not
He's
good.
getting up.
Right. Because probably the rest of the jury's coming in. I'm going to go and take my seat.
We
and
have
quiet.
got to watch this. Like, you cannot hear anything, but you can visibly see the judge is getting upset. I'll switch my camera back on. Oh, wow. Oh, he sat back down.
All right.
Oh, we are back.
The bailiff has indicated that you might have been exposed.
Oh, accidentally unmuted. Sorry, I didn't hear that, but Nightbot will rewind and find out what they said. This is fascinating. It seems he's genuinely trying to find out what happened. Maybe they hired a new cleaner. Maybe. And they didn't understand the rules. Man. Now he's just trying to explain something. Like, what do you think the impact of telling that statement would have on other trials? Or this trial, where they could throw out the case? Not throw out, but like recast a jury. My days. Give me what my baby. Man, this is tantalizing. So he made a brief comment to the other side of the room. So I imagine that would be like, are you okay with that? That's what I was thinking. Okay, so the lady on the left is phone calling somebody. So maybe they're getting security to escort them out? Maybe? I mean, it's a pretty serious thing to talk about a case. Oh, unless the employee was listening in to the courtroom. So they can be on record. So does that mean you can pull up the documents for it? Well, interestingly, Nightbot can find out what actually happens. And this is the great thing about this channel. TCA does all the research in the background. So you're able to benefit from all the things that go in the background, not just what you see on the screen, but all the extra information and bits and pieces. Yes, TCA also wants me to plug the Discord. Yeah. I'm just highlighting what TCA does in the background. The other lame Nightbot can take care of the Discord bit. I wonder whether he's actually trying to find out what he can do about the situation. I am still on. I will mute. So TCA wants to spoil it. Okay, I'm shutting up. Yeah, I better not say that. I will get unalived. Oh. It looks like it might be resolved. Cue false alarm. Why do we keep getting sound? I mean, it's a private conversation between an employee and the court. Oh, do we see people? Oh, we weren't supposed to see that. We've not supposed to
a nice long lunch. I want to ask before.
Toxic, you missed something amazing.
Oh, right. We're still muted again. So, Toxic. Oh, I can just explain to Toxic what happened. So, somebody who works in the court blabbed about the case. I imagine it was a passing sentence. So what had happened is the two security guards reported it to the judge.
Deputy Christopher Ellis.
Yeah, maybe bring audio.
Oh, yes, of course.
Step the plate, please. Can you raise your right hand and report this one?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Good afternoon. You may inquire.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Ellis. Are you a doctor? No. All right. Deputy Ellis, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Deputy Ellis, Charlotte County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
I've been involved in law enforcement for 9 years. I worked for Charlotte County for 2.
Could you give us your first name?
Oh, sorry, Christopher Ellis.
Thank you.
And what are the different divisions you've worked in, or units that you've worked in?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
What are the different units that you've worked in law enforcement?
I worked in Louisville, Kentucky for Louisville Metro Police Department. Worked in for 5 years. With them, I did a little bit of the division level task force team, apprehending subjects and drug traffickers. Moved to Florida, worked for Bradenton Police Department, and then now work for Charlotte County.
All right, Deputy Ellis, I want to direct your attention to a specific date on November 14th of 2023 in the morning time. Did you respond to an address, a residence in Port Charlotte, based upon a report you received that the defendant made statements that if deputies made him get in the car with his mom, he would kill her?
Yes,
And where was that statement made? Where was the defendant when he made that statement?
at the Charlotte County Jail.
And was that on the day prior to you responding to the residence?
Yes.
The morning of November 14th, describe to the jury the reason for you responding to their residence.
I received my sergeant received a call and stated that the defendant had made a statement that he was going to kill his mom if he was forced to get into the car with her. We went to the residence, the defendant's residence, spoke with him, ultimately placing him under a Baker Act.
And what was the reason that you placed him under a Baker Act?
From the statement saying that he was going to kill his mom at the jail and just speaking with him not knowing what he was going to do while he was at the home with his mom.
Now, were you wearing a body cam when you interacted with the defendant and his mom at their residence?
Yes.
And was Corporal Joey Shaw also with you?
Yes.
And did your body cam capture some footage of your interaction and Corporal Shaw speaking to the defendant?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to see State Exhibit 194 briefly before court today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State 194 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
And with the court's permission, if I may publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. John, there should be a volume.
Polk County corridor for Catherine and Griffith of 202 Story Avenue for Dallas 39 for 2571.
Hey, somebody, man.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Is Collin home?
Yeah, you guys can come on in. He's doing standing marches. He's not a happy camper right now. You can pick your marching bells down.
What's up, man? What are you doing?
He's doing standing marches as a form of discipline ever since he got home. I have that right there recording it so you can see everything.
Hey,
I'm sorry? Do what? Just so you know, it's being recorded because as soon as he got home, I had him start doing standing marches.
Is it working?
I mean, he beat the shit out of me last night, so
Right.
this is his form of discipline for.
That's something for a judge to decide.
Okay.
Can we,
Yeah, we'll go
I'm just gonna talk to him once, okay? I wanna talk to her, we'll just figure out what happened.
Yes. So what's going on, man? Last night me and my mom got into a physical occupation. I got arrested for domestic battery, but when it comes to judge today, I have right to public defender and see how that goes.
Okay, so how is the situation with you and mom right now? Things calm down?
No,
you guys
no,
everybody
sir.
get along? Where are we at?
No, sir, it's not good. She thinks that I could yell at her. I don't. She thinks that I'm like psychotic, like literally psychopath, sociopath, something like that. I don't know exactly where she's at. She thinks I'm gonna kill her. I want to kill her, that I want to beat the shit out of her.
Do you?
No, sir.
Okay.
I don't want to hurt anyone, let alone my mom. Even despite this happening, but I'm not gonna take what I consider abuse when someone's attacking me. And
how is she attacking you?
When she attacked me, when she threw a punch at me and grabbed on me, I grabbed onto her back. I got her off of me. She hit the ground, and then I fled and called Rentis, and then he sent someone out.
You called who?
Rentis, Detective Rentis.
Okay. So basically, what we came back is when the jail was releasing you to your mom this morning. Was there anything said then?
Yeah, I said that I didn't really feel safe there with myself and with her. And that I didn't know what was going to happen. I still don't know what's going to happen.
As far as what?
Her attacking me or her doing something to herself or me.
Okay, what about you doing something to her? Are you able to control yourself?
I'm in a constant state of fight or flight, and I don't know. If I think she's going to do something, even if she's not, I might act. I'm not going to like go crazy or anything, but I'm not sure, honestly.
Okay.
You're not sure if you're gonna hurt your mom?
Only if she tries to hurt me.
Okay. Did you make any statements saying that you were gonna kill
No,
your
sir.
mom
No,
if
sir.
you got in the car with her?
No, sir.
I'm trying to figure out why we would have a corporal at the jail that took you out, that dropped you off to your mom and telling us that you said, "Don't put me in the car with her. I'm going to kill her."
Yeah.
Was that said?
I did not say I was going to kill her. I did not say kill. I don't know why he sent me back here. I asked him not to, but he said he didn't like my attitude and that I had to just work. But his words not mine.
Okay. Well, we're just trying to figure out. We just want to make sure we do everything we can to prevent anything happening.
Sir, given the situation, I don't think that we should be in the same house at all.
Everybody else, at the conclusion of your interaction with the defendant, did you Baker Act him on that same shortly thereafter?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Thornhill?
Afternoon, Deputy Ellis.
That's right.
How long had Collin been home from the jail when you all arrived at the house?
I have no idea.
You don't know when the sergeant from the jail called to make this report?
No, ma'am. I just received the information from my sergeant.
So he could have been home for hours by the time you got there. Possible. When you first walked in to the home, Collin was standing with two weights over his head and doing marching in place, correct?
Just one.
Just one weight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sorry, one weight. And Kathy Griffith had indicated to you that she had been making him do that since he got home from the jail, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If Collin had wanted to kill her, unprovoked, unattacked, he could have hit her in the head with that weight that he was holding over his head, couldn't he?
It's possible.
He could have done something while they were driving home in the car together, right?
Possible.
But he didn't do any of those things that you're aware of.
Yes, ma'am.
And he told you repeatedly that he didn't want to do anything to his mom, but that if she attacked him or if she came at him, that he would do something in response to her attacking him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Redirect.
Deputy Ellis, would it be smart to murder someone in a house that's got video cameras in every room?
No.
I don't have anything further here.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Next witness?
Your Honor, the State College Detective Danny Peters with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Ask the clerk, wants to review it again.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony given in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and
Hello again.
Hello, sir.
Mr. Levine?
Detective Peters, we left off with your portion of the testimony yesterday afternoon. We concluded with the Ring video footage from September 7th, 2024, which was a Saturday. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at that point that the defendant had left the house and Kathy was in the house by herself, correct?
Correct.
Is there also an exhibit in the form of 198 that captures some clips from Sunday, September 8th?
There is.
Was that the day that Kathy died?
Yes.
Later that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move state 198 into evidence and ask that it be played for the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. You may publish.
Thank you. Is this clip at least from the early morning hours of Sunday, September 8th?
Yes.
No, you told me you were calling him. You told me you were gonna get your neighbor over there, or I'm sending the police. Do you want the police to go? Then you'd rather have the police come. Okay, that's fine. That's the only answer I needed. I will not take a call from you after this ever again. If Colin's not here by 10 o'clock, I'm dead to you. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Yes or no? I need a yes or no. Yes or no? Do you understand me? Okay. You don't understand. On your little thing. You want a copy of the pink piece of paper that shows it? Call Monique. Call Detective Lacey. Call them. So are you returning home or no? Look at the pictures. Okay, it doesn't matter. You were knowing with me, and you lied to me while we were here. I said, do you have him? You said no, and I don't know where he is. You said that to me. Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you still don't have eyes on him. He's talked to you. No, he's already talked to you because I can see where you guys have been talking. So if he's not here by 10 o'clock, I'm sending the cops. Oh, it is. It is. We're all losing our jobs, and he's losing everything. That's why I signed the car for myself. I need the money. So I'm taking the car. I'm taking everything. So I'm about to go up there and go and get the car because the car is mine. I have it in my name. The mobile notary name. I don't have to send you copies. I already sent you the title. I already sent you a picture of the title, and you already saw what it looked like, so I'm not going to sit here. Okay, then you please go back to the pictures, because you also said you don't have the pink picture that shows it. You also said that you don't show the call records and that you believe Collin, even though he's there at your house. So you're illegally the wall. Tell him your house, and then he has to go back home. Is that correct? No, I'm asking you a specific question. Have you told him he needs to go back to this house? No. Did you tell him he needs to be back home to this house by 10 a.m.? And he needs to vacate your house. He does not have permission to be at your home. No.
That's what I told him.
Okay. Okay, and that's not what he did. He called me and he said, he completely blocked me, and he's completely removed himself from his Apple ID so that he cannot be tracked. So, right on that. No, his phone is off. His phone is off now. I told you that. I said if he didn't get in the car and come home, that was what was going to happen. And you said I will make sure he is there by 10 a.m. I told you I was going to if you didn't do this. No, that's not what I said. His phone is still on right now. His service is working. He's not going to answer. He's not going to answer. I showed you. Oh, stop. Will you listen to me? Do you see the call log? He did not try to call Monique at all yesterday. He is lying to you. I sent you his entire call log. That's from AT&T. That's not from his iCloud account. That's from AT&T. That's not what the court order said. It said he specifically has to leave a voicemail. But it doesn't matter, because if he doesn't, that's fine. But I'm telling you right now, I have held everybody off. I said, it's a private family matter. I'm sure he'll be back home. And everybody said, we'll give him 24 hours. That is until 10 o'clock today, Mom. That's why I said he had until 10 a.m. today. Mom, it doesn't matter. They gave me until 10 a.m. The police. I'm not speaking to you anymore. Either my son is in my driveway at 10 a.m. or we're not talking anymore. Okay, that's fine. You don't want to talk to me? That's fine. Goodbye. Computer, and I said, fine, come and get it. I told him to be back after work. It's on the fucking camera! I don't give a shit. I don't give a flying fuck. Did I tell you to let him stay at your house? Did I tell you to let him stay at your house? Have I or have I not told you multiple times in the past that he is never to stay at your house ever again? Not without my consent. And I have not consented. Do you hear me? Yes, Collin. Answer to me. Answer me. Do you understand that you do not have my consent to have Collin? Do you understand that? No, answer my question. Do you understand? No, I didn't. I never threw him out, and it's on the ring camera. Never threw him out. Never threw him out. Never threw him out. I didn't. You do not have my permission to have Collin in your home. Collin needs to be returned to me immediately. If when you arrive at your home, Collin is at your home, please inform him he is immediately. If neither of those things happen, and I find out that he is still in your custody, I am standing in front of my ring camera having this conversation with you on speakerphone. I expect Collin to be here back at my house. And if he's not back by 10 a.m., I'm going to take it if you are holding him hostage and not giving him back to me. Thank you. I hope you have a great day. Goodbye. officer with you, and I can drive your car, or you can drive the other gentleman, and I'll just follow you. And I was like, okay. So his ambulance there, I tried to go in, looked, it's not, his car isn't there. So I don't know where he parked it, where he put it. I don't know, because I sent a text that said, hey, I'm selling your car. He decided to drive off with it. That was stupid because I'm signing this over to them and they said that they'll just report it stolen. So if he's caught, excuse me. So also, in order for him to have a driver's license, I have to give my consent. Okay, otherwise they have to wait until they're 18. The fact that his name is on this title is there. Come on, Cass. Come on, Cass. Hi, this is Collin Griffith. I'm actually Collin Griffith's mom. I was just calling to confirm, did Collin quit yesterday? Collin Griffith, yeah, when he called in, I know he didn't show up to work yesterday. Did he quit yesterday as well? I just need to know. Is there a way you can find out for me? This is his mom, because he hasn't come home. So we're trying to find him. Yeah. Yeah, I talked that Fred, he's talked to me. I'm gonna call me back. Okay. Yeah, I need to know Collin told him that he's quitting, but what he said, Collin is missing and hasn't been home in almost 24 hours. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, Susan, that ring at home? That's his phone turned on. But you won't, and that's the problem. He's had it turned on Do Not Disturb. He called me at 7:32 this morning and talked to me for 56 seconds and told me I was a crazy psychotic bitch and he wasn't leaving and that he was going to stay there with mama and that that's not a violation of his probation. He sent him a picture Like, is he sending you all these things? Did he send you the pink picture that I sent to him that shows specifically, like, the pink sheet of paper they gave me that says he can leave the county to go visit his grandma? But it doesn't say he can leave the county to go visit his grandma, and that's what he thinks it means. And he thinks it means without my permission, he can just leave and go and do that. Oh, yeah, I sent him that too. No, it doesn't, because I specifically said, I said, how are you gonna live on your own? No, I even told our girls, no, I'm not leaving when I turn 18. You and I both know. Yes, I'm to leave. This is all. I guess I don't, listen, Missy, you tell me, just sit back and stay with your mom. You'll sit and eat. There you go. Piece of shit that drives me crazy, or we're done. So he wants to do this, he wants to go to court, that's what he wants. He wants this, that's what he wants. I didn't change my phone. No, I changed the voicemail to say that nobody could call me. That was all I did. No, Mom, you're a fucking moron. My phone was never disconnected because if you would have tried to send a text, it would have showed you that it would have gone through. I went onto YouTube, pressed play for the I landed to go from the house. We already showed, he didn't show up to work yesterday, and I said, wanna know where he went? The movies. I'll show you the receipt. He went to the movie theater. And you know what he's been doing all day while he's at your house? Because it's showing up every time he takes a screenshot of it on his iPad account. He's playing video games, killing people. And I send those screenshots to you. So tell me how he's better off at your house where he's killing people. Pretend and making fun of it. And kidnapping them and having them tied to little chairs while he tortures them and kills them with other people in this little game scenario that he has. I sent you pictures of the screenshots where they're I'm telling you right now. No, you're not! Because I'm driving up there. Listen to me. I'm gonna be there before you. So it's gonna go down before you even get there. I don't know what to tell you. I guess you can call in and tell him to run, or try to run, because I'm coming up there, I'm getting a car, the car is sold. He can either get in the car with me and come back home, or he can call me. Then you better tell him that he needs to give me a goddamn phone call in 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes. Because he's answering your calls, he's not answering mine. He's answering Lacey's, not answering mine. He has me blocked. So are you gonna call my son and tell him what I just told you? Call him and call me back.
Thanks for calling. Name your name, number, and then play call. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Collin. This is your mom. I am just calling you because I know you talked to Detective Lacey. She told you that you needed to be home today, and apparently you said no, you're not coming home. And so I guess you were explaining the situation, and that if you don't come home, you are going to be charged with violating your probation. So I'm just warning you, I am on my way to you to pick you up because you're not allowed to stay away from me like this. You're not allowed to be at Mama's house, and I have every right to come and pick you up. So I'm coming to pick you up. Get in the car, or not get in the car. Run away, that's you. Look, Colin.
Okay, yeah, all right, bye. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic.
I threw him out and told him to come back when he got his shit together. Yes, I did. Okay, it doesn't matter. Check your text. Okay, because it never said that via text. So have fucking fun with it. I'm on my way. So you need to get code or no? Do I need to wait for the police to get there? Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Here's something. It actually is less. Go ahead. He has work from 4:30 to 8 today. 4:30 to 8:30. So, yeah. He has 9 minutes to call and tell me that. I mean, I'm getting in the car right now. I mean, I'm peeing. Then I'm getting back in the car and I'm going to pick him up. And if once I'm in the car, he hasn't called me and told me anything. But that's not how it works because he still has to go see Monique. And he sent Monique an email saying that he knows he violated his probation. You have, and it's 2:53. It's less than 7 minutes. Goodbye. Oh, here's my bear. He hung it up. He won't answer when I call, so good luck. Tell him to do this right away. Tell him to do this. I thought he was going to work. No. I don't throw him out all the time. That's a lie. So you plan on going to there and telling them that I throw him out all the time?
Was the last video that the jury saw the last video that captured Kathy alive?
Yes.
And did she leave the house in the clothes that she would die in?
Yes.
And did she have the brownish, yellowish Kate Spade backpack purse kind of over her shoulder?
She did.
And did you see that at the crime scene?
I did.
Was it soaked in blood?
It had blood on it, yes.
Now, let's switch subject matter for a moment now. Done with the videos, going to text messages. I believe you mentioned yesterday the basic process of getting forensic downloads and information off the cell phones. Were you able to, from those cell phones, something called a Cellbrite extraction report, generate a Cellbrite extraction report that detailed text messages on September 7th and September 8th?
Yes.
Describe to the jury a little bit. What does that mean, a Cellbrite extraction report?
It's just a report that's generated from the program that's used to download the phones through our computer crimes division.
From that, were you able to basically see all of the text messages between Kathy and the defendant on those last 2 days, the Saturday, September 7th and Sunday, September 8th?
Yes.
Were you also able to see the text messages between Kathy and her mom, Susan?
Yes.
And as the timeline kind of continues, and we'll focus obviously on those 2 days, would there be periodically photographs or pictures or attachments that Kathy would send to either her mom and or her son?
Yes.
And then some of those, were you able to kind of click on and print out?
Yes, I was.
Some of them, for some reason, is the pixelation such that you can't really see what it is for whatever reason?
Right. So some of the photographs, when you try to enhance them, they wouldn't enhance like through high definition. It would be completely pixelated and you wouldn't be able to tell what was in the photograph.
As far as you can tell, though, was there anything of major importance that you weren't able to see?
No.
Now, have you had an opportunity to see State Exhibit 188, which is the Cellbrite reports containing text messages and some photos from September 7th through September 8th between Kathy and her son?
Yes.
And were those obtained off of the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
So is it a fair statement, even though that it was not possible to get a download from Kathy's phone, you were still able to see the content of the conversation because defendant's phone was able to be downloaded?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would move State Exhibit 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
And then 196, Detective Peters, is that a similar exhibit but from Susan Detman's phone?
Yes.
And does that show text message conversations between Kathy and Susan?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move State Exhibit 196 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
And for the record, that includes the text messages from September 8th between the two ladies, correct?
Correct.
Now, from watching the videos, is it a fair statement that sometimes you can actually see Kathy sending texts or taking photos and then sending them to her mom or to the defendant?
It appears that she's texting and sending photos to someone in that moment.
And conversation-wise, are you able to see some things that Kathy refers to her mom, text messages that she sent as well, and subject matter that she was sending off to her son, the defendant?
Yes.
Now, did you come across, or did one of your expert computer crimes detectives come across a text message of note that was brought to your attention about an additional motive that the defendant had to kill his mom?
Yes.
Tell the jury just briefly, how did that come to your attention?
So early morning on the 9th of September, I received a phone call from our computer crimes detective who was going through the download and explained to me they found an interesting text message that I needed to be aware of.
After reviewing that, were you able to create an exhibit within an exhibit, so to say, meaning you isolated that specific text message and it was able to show the date and the time?
I did.
All right, we'll start with that, and then we'll backtrack to the text message conversations between Kathy and her son and Kathy and her mom.
Okay.
And for the record, this is a composite 188. I'll bring this to you so you can read it to the jury, but for their benefit, just so they can see visually what it looks like, we'll put it on the Elmo here. All right, this is basically a cover page of the Cellbrite extraction report.
Yes.
And then is that how it generally looks in terms of you can figure out the date, the time, who sent it, who received it, and the content of the text message?
Yes, it does.
And if I may approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective Peters, the jury will obviously have the benefit of this in the deliberation room to look at it up close. But if you could please... Actually, before I get to that, mirroring that text message, were you able to also get a screenshot? Actually, if I may approach, please, Your Honor. Thank you. And I'm going to show what's also part of the composite 188 so the jury can see, and then you'll be able to explain it further. If you could please, Detective Peters, explain to the jury those three screenshots. What are those pictures of?
These screenshots are photographs of conversation between Catherine and Collin.
And at the top of the screen, what's the picture and name?
The picture is of Collin Griffith, and underneath it says Mom.
And whose phone did that come off of?
Collin Griffith's phone.
And how did you actually obtain a picture like that?
These photographs were copied in a screenshot format that was in the photographs.
So you were able to get screenshots of the defendant's phone conversation with his mom, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that the text, the full text conversation regarding another one of the motives the defendant had?
Yes.
All right, if you could please read the full context of the text message.
You want me to read this one or the Cellbrite?
The one in your right hand is the full one.
Okay.
But before you get there, can you tell the jury, according to the Cellbrite report, is that sent by the mom to her son, the defendant?
Yes.
And a time that it was sent and or typed?
Yes.
What's the time?
The time is 12:02 p.m.
And that would be on Sunday, September
Correct.
8th?
September 8th, 2024.
And then on the cell phone, what does it say? The time?
12:29.
All right, so at or between 12:02 and 12:29, the message is sent, typed, received. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, if you could go ahead and read the full content of the text message.
Okay. Begins, the car isn't there. Not sure what you did, but it's being sold as we speak to CarMax for $15,600. Unless you'd like to reply to my text and tell me you're driving home right now. Period. Didn't think so. It's a felony to drive a stolen car without insurance. And if you wreck it, that's it. How much are you going to lose before you stop, Collin? ? I feel like you are trying to make me like your dad by talking away privileges, but you violated your probation, violated the rules of the house, and now you won't answer me. My mom or the cops, you've left me with no choice. Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing blank and planning the murder, there are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. Plus the recovered audio from blank's iCloud where you told your blank you hated me and I was an evil bitch are being sent to. My dad is sending his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, email, text, and phone recordings are being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. Good luck hiring a good one. And this goes into the next screenshot. Because the 751 clearly states I have to be medically incapable of caring for you, and I am not. You can keep hiding and running away from me. It is illegal for your grandmother to allow you to stay at an empty house 3 hours away when she was in Summerlin Key, which was on speaker and recorded as saying, I almost had an Amber Alert issued until she admitted after midnight you were in Auburndale, which is why I agreed to give you until 10 a.m. to cool down and come home. But I made it very clear you didn't come home. I legally don't have a choice but to report you as a runaway. Mama complained about you in February. You threatened her in February, but all of a sudden you go back to her and she takes you in, and I'm supposed to just let her steal you when I'm legally responsible and now in trouble for not reporting you as a runaway last night and waiting until this morning. That's not how this works. I'm giving the police your number, Mama's number, and DCF's all numbers now. They also have all 3 addresses. Also, Freddie is not registered in Polk County. And this goes over to the 3rd screenshot. And I have to go down to where it begins. Also, Freddie is not registered in Polk County with a dog tag. That's a fine. And Mama owes taxes on her other trailer she sold in the same neighborhood. Her HOA doesn't like you or her. The police are going to bring you home, or DCFs will take you and eventually bring you home. Either way, you fucked up and list your chance to get off probation by October 5th, 2024. All because you didn't want to help me mount a bookshelf that took under 30 minutes. Weed eat the backyard and clean your room because bugs were in the candy that you had all over. Remember, you chose this. You have 10 minutes to call me and fix this, Collin. I am signing this title and handing over the keys now.
So Detective Peters, that was roughly around 12 and 12:30 in the afternoon, correct?
Correct.
And Kathy would end up dead with a 911 call around 6:14 that same day, correct?
Yes.
So roughly around 6 hours later, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to focus for a minute on the main part of that text. Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing, you said blank?
Blank.
Did you? Right, but
It's
she mentions the name, correct?
Correct.
And planning the murder, there are 4 different instances from my Ring camera are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. So is she threatening him to expose him for him admitting to her that the killing previously was actually a planned murder?
That's what the text message indicates, yes.
And then was she also planning on sending recordings of the defendant calling her an evil bitch?
Yes.
Was she also threatening that her dad would be sending his recordings of the defendant telling him, the dad, meaning the grandpa, that the defendant planned his mom's murder back in February?
Yes.
Now, was it clear from your review of everything that on the September 7th, or more so on the September 8th date, I guess, but that the defendant was having much more contact, like speaking to his grandma, than with his mom?
Yes.
And was Kathy hopeful that her mom would like pass on information that Kathy wanted Collin to know?
Yes.
With the hope of what was Kathy's hope stated over and over? What was she trying to accomplish?
Objection, Judge. She doesn't know what her hope was.
Did Kathy say on multiple occasions that she wanted or demanded that Collin return home by 10 a.m. on Sunday?
Yes.
Did she make any threats whatsoever of physical violence to the defendant in any of the text messages or phone calls?
No, not that I read.
Did she make a bunch of threats that doesn't appear she followed through on, such as canceling his phone service or shutting it down?
Yeah, it appeared she made threats to close it down permanently, but it was on and off sporadically.
Did she make threats to cancel his car insurance?
Yes.
Did she make threats to sell his car?
Yes.
Did she make threats at some point to like take him out of school or disenroll him?
Yes.
Now, turning to State 196, did she also send a similar text message to Susan, explaining to Susan, her mom, that she was going to be turning over videos of the defendant admitting to killing the person and planning the murder from the year prior?
Yeah, she wasn't getting the response from the defendant, so she texted the same text message just advising her to tell him the same text that I read.
And I'm going to approach with State Exhibit 196. But before I do that, we'll stay just to be able to show the jury visually what it looks like. The cover page is at the Cellbrite report, where basically it goes in chronological order: date, time, who sent the message, who received the message, and the content of the message.
Yes.
And of course, this exhibit I referenced is the text messages on September 8th between Kathy and Susan. Is that correct?
Correct.
So as the day progresses, I'm going to direct your attention specifically to page 25 for purposes of the record. correct me if I'm wrong, but if you could look at page 1 first, does that appear that a text message conversation begins at roughly 3:50 a.m. on early Sunday morning, September 8th?
Yes, it does.
And continues obviously throughout the day. Look at page 25, which I also
Separated.
handed to you.
Yes.
What time on Sunday, September 8th, is that text message sent?
This text message is sent at 3:49 p.m.
So that would be roughly three or more hours after Kathy sent the text message that she would expose the defendant for the murder the year previously. The message that she sent the defendant.
Yes.
Now, if you could please read to the jury, what is it that Kathy texts her mom that pertains to the motive text?
They have glasses now after reading. It says, "Tell Collin the recordings of him admitting to killing blank and planning the murder. There are 4 from my Ring camera and are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today, period. Plus the recorded audio from Blank's iCloud account where Collin told his dad he hated me and I was an evil bitch are being sent to. Dad is sending me his recordings of Collin telling him how he planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, email, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. So can Collin's. Good luck hiring one because the 751 clearly states I have to be medically incapable of caring for Collin, and I'm not. You can't keep him from me. You can't hide him. He can't allow him to stay at an empty house 3 hours away when he blew up my microwave. You complained about him. He threatened you in February, but all of a sudden you take him in and I'm supposed to just let you steal my son. That's not how this works. Have your attorney call Eric Reyes on Monday so they can coordinate. I know you won't return Collin, and I know he is hiding because the car is not there at your house. I'm giving the police your number and DCF's your number now. They also have all 3 addresses. Also, your dog Freddie is not registered in Polk County with a dog tag. That's a fine. And you owe taxes on your other trailer you sold in the same neighborhood, and the HOA doesn't like you.
So is it a fair statement that Kathy told both the defendant and Kathy told her mom that she was aware of the way Collin had told Mr. Wantis he was going to murder her?
Yes.
So that wasn't just known by Robert Wantis, but Kathy knew that, correct?
Stand.
Is one of the last things that was heard on the Ring footage that Kathy was giving the defendant two options, either get in the car with her, or 3 options: get in the car with her, follow her in his own car, or she would call the police.
Objection, Judge, I think that's a mischaracterization. That was between her and Susan, that phone call.
Do you recall similar text message things about that?
Yes.
Now, I mentioned earlier about some of the photographs that would be attached to certain text messages that would be sent between Kathy and her mom and Kathy and the defendant. Going back to 188 to publish some of those photographs. Do you recall from yesterday, Detective Peters, the chores that the mom was unhappy with Collin not doing?
Yes.
Did Kathy end up doing the chores herself?
Yes, she did.
And did she send text messages to her son where she showed him how easy it was for her to complete the chores?
Yes, with photographs of the areas that she cleaned.
And is now publishing for the jury's benefit from 188. Is that I don't know if that's a video or a screenshot of a video, but from the living room of her working?
Yes, that's a screenshot from the Ring camera in the living room.
That would have been on Saturday, 3:37, is that correct?
Yes.
After the defendant already left the house?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what Kathy's doing in her backyard there.
That's the backyard of their residence, and she appears to be rolling up some extension cord connected to what I would say is a weed eater.
And what day, time on Saturday, September 7th, did she do that?
6:20 p.m.
What can you tell us about that?
That's a Ring camera connected to the front of the residence. Appears she's taking out garbage.
What time on Saturday?
4:47 p.m.
What can you tell us about the time and what she's doing in that photograph, if you can tell?
Appears that she's cleaning like was observed in the video yesterday, and that's at 3:37 p.m. from the living room Ring camera.
And then a photo, what was in that? What subject matter was that in reference to?
That's the call log in reference to her attempting to contact Collin.
Now, of course, there's many pages of text messages. Is the subject matter stayed pretty consistent between Kathy and Collin?
It does.
Now, finishing up the Cellbrite report, going to 196, some of the photographs, correct me if I'm wrong, but some of the attachments / photographs that were accompanied by text message that Kathy sent Susan. We'll begin with a certain one. What can you tell us about that, Detective Peters?
It appears to be a screenshot of a conversation between Catherine and Collin.
And help explain at the top of the screen, what does it say and whose phone would this be?
It says collin.griffith@icloud.com. That'd be Collin's phone.
And read to the jury, if you would, what the conversation between Kathy and her son was.
It says, Mom, believe coming from Collin. She's, Collin, what's going on? He says, you told me to leave. She says, I told you to leave because you were scaring me. You hurt me, Collin. He writes, I'm not doing this with you. And then a continuing text message says, Collin, you need to stop before this gets way worse. If you don't come home soon, you're going to face charges, serious ones. Just stop. This sane thing a year later. Why? You just have to stop, Collin.
Now this one, there's a little different icon at the top. Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's an icon of the defendant with his name underneath of it as a contact.
And what does this message say?
From where it starts is you want to throw your, and I'm assuming that says life away like this and hurt me. I'll let everyone see you for who you are. All the comments and admissions made on Ring camera. You chose Collin now, or you choose Collin now. Respond that you will be home by 10 a.m. today. That's in 2.5 hours. Or don't respond and go back to court. You choose as always. And that's the last read you get at 7:28 a.m. Remember that you chose not to respond and instead just read the text.
Another photo of screenshots?
Screenshots appears to be a photograph, maybe of some court documents. And then the bottom says, you do not have my permission and you did not call Monique yesterday and notify her. You would be going, and it doesn't matter because you have to have my permission to, which you don't, and you've read my messages and called me and still refused to come home. Probation violations out the ass. You have until 10 a.m. That's it.
And then what is that?
That is the phone log. That appears to be a screenshot of a voicemail.
And was the subject matter between Kathy sent to Susan, was it largely revolving around Kathy trying to get Collin to come back home?
Yes.
Did Kathy make any threats to Susan in the text message that she was going to do physical harm to Collin?
No.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor. I don't have any further questions right now, Your Honor.
Judge, could we take our mid-afternoon break first? Thanks.
All right, folks, we'll take 15 minutes. Please leave your notepads in your chairs.
All right, please.
I was just waiting for TCA to finish her sentence. Her sentence as Nightbot. Anyway, welcome, Pickles. It is nice to see you at your computer and work. We are well happy you are joining us here today. As you might not know, but we are trying to bolster this channel with loyal followers. So TC in the background is whispering to me, make sure you subscribe. But thank you for joining us today. Yes. So hello, Kay. It's nice to see you again. And we have some lovely comments of your cooking skills again. It's truly delightful we hear about your types of pickles. Yes, we are getting there. We are. We especially like how the current views are going into the tens. On the fence, Denise? You might have to clarify that comment. Oh, you subscribed the other day, so you've been watching us for a while. The comment section is probably the best bit about this channel. And you're all typing faster than I could read. So I think at this point, I'm just going to ignore Nightbot because you're all talking so fast. Yeah, to be fair, I think the amount of times he's commented on the fact he wants to kill her in a certain way unalive her in a certain way. I'm sorry, Nightbot. I'm gonna get told off so bad. Yeah, I can't wait for the defense to actually do something. Yeah, that would be nice to hear what they would be trying to say. Oh man. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on the guilty side. The amount of times she wanted him to come back. And he took a huff because she made him put up a shelf. Well, help her put up a shelf. My model is just looking at me, wanting me to paint it. Yes, I want to see what the defense comes up with. Does anyone know how old Collin actually is?
17
at
the moment.
I mean, to be fair,
Sorry, I'm here. I will be off camera, but I am here. I can talk. I want to talk to you guys. Can you guys hear me?
You can all say no if you want to. But like, he's a young kid who has more chores to do. But admitting to unaliving your dad on a ring camera.
Well, the thing is, they cannot say dad right there and then. They have to say blank, or they cannot tell who the person is. So that is just one. Sorry, I moved. I'm out of breath. This is how unfit I am. Oh, 1 second.
Right. I'll go back to main view.
I'm just trying to get the comments so I can see. The thing is, I am cemented on the guilty because I'm stubborn and I won't move. I don't want to move, so I'll be there.
Yeah, I feel like he has a lot of anger problems. This kid. Admitting to your granddad that you want to stab your mom.
Yeah, I'm interested in the what's it called, in the defense side as well, but it's just the fact that he has all of this evidence against him. He has to testify. What do you think, Nightbot? Do you think he's gonna testify, or he's not gonna?
Well, I hope he gets up on the stage and actually talks for himself. It seems from the recordings that he doesn't actually make a load of sense, which is interesting because the mom kept trying to
warn him,
affirm the fact that he understood, which is interesting because up there something must be broken that he can't understand what his mom's trying to say to him.
And the thing is, mom gave him options and opportunities and time that she probably shouldn't. She could have gotten herself in trouble if she gave her that much time in terms of him being run away and everything. So it's just the fact that mom gave him so many options. And because she threatened him to go to the police with the evidence that she had against him about unaliving the father and everything else as well, and the threats against her, he was he saw no way out than to, offer unalive her. So,
I mean, what safeguards would she actually have in place if she did feel like she was going to be in trouble?
Hey, K-Swan, welcome back.
Hey.
The thing is, she couldn't have let him on the Baker Act. Baker Act in Florida is when you are removed from the situation you are and taken somewhere safe, like a foster care type thing. So it's just, yeah, and she videoed him. She had a lot of evidence against him. So the only way he saw it was to offer And because he's already been there in terms of unaliving the dad, it was like, oh, I can just say it was a self-defense. There was no witnesses. That's why he lured her to the grandma's house, because he knew the grandma did not have any cameras, right, at the house. And then he unalived her there because he knew if he would have unalived her back at home, he would have all the ring cameras against him.
Yeah. That's what he did not want. He did not want people seeing
Toxic.
him.
I don't think no one will be safe with this dude. No one would have been safe. No grandma, no grandpa, no mom, no one.
I've got paint on my nose.
He has paint on his nose now.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't get it off. It's just too small.
Oh, man. Need a picture of that. Sorry, Denise. Teenager, the number of time I wish my parents involved. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like it's a very unbalanced time, and it's a lot of like a hormonal time, and I absolutely understand that. And especially this guy was already going through a lot of, like, no matter what, self-defense or not, he unalived his dad, and he had to live with the consequences of that, of unaliving his dad. So
it does make you wonder, though, whether he actually bragged about doing it.
probably he did, because I'm sorry, but he's a psycho. So
Maybe he did so to make himself look cooler in front of others.
yeah. They have to have self-control, then they have to be taught self-control as well, Kai.
Yeah.
Then the thing is, this guy was given everything that he could possibly imaginable. He had a brand new car at 16 years old. He had unlimited Starbucks. He had probably all the games impossible that he wanted and imaginable. He had a good life that, even though it probably was half of the grandma's fault, because grandma was funding that, he went on vacations that probably many of us haven't been in 500,000 cruises like he has. So, and it's just crazy, because it's like, for example, I've never been on a cruise. I'm sorry, I'm gonna reveal my age. I'm 32 and never been into a cruise. He's probably have been to more cruises than me and Nightclub together.
Yeah, but
which is 0 between us. So it's just crazy.
I mean,
yeah, and that is true. There is a lot of teenagers, and not all of them unalive their parents, because otherwise there wouldn't be no one left in the world.
Instead of actually turning in those videos to the police, she actually kept them and kept her son. So she must at least care for him in some sense.
She might have was going for it, but she wanted to make sure that he was okay first, because she did not know where he was at one point, if he was alive or not, in a ditch, if he was, because he lied that he said he was going to work when he quit or got fired the day before that. She called Domino's, where he used to work, to know about it.
Why does he lie, and why does he feel like it's a fight and flight? So I guess we'll probably learn this if he actually takes the stand, which would be really
I don't
entertaining.
think Denise. I think it was grandma that's funded most of the things, and then I think with mom. But even though, I mean, a trust fund is only given to someone when they reach 18. Up until there is the guardians, the legal guardians' authority to do what they seem best to do with that trust fund, isn't it?
Yeah, I want to see the grandma's point of view on this.
Yeah,
the grandpa was like, "I'm a helicopter."
Yeah.
I wonder what she's gonna come out with.
Oh, she's gonna get wild. She's gonna be wild, and I think we might hear from her on Monday. Actually, no.
No, yeah.
I don't think I think the state was saying earlier that they're gonna rest Monday or something.
Or maybe she's a busy grandma.
Oh.
Chat, what do you think? Grandma's gonna make excuses for Collin after unaliving 2.
Okay, we want to see Susan testify, but who wants to see Collin testify?
Oh,
I want to see Collin testify.
what do you want to hear more, Collin or
Susan?
Susan?
That is actually
Decide now. Shut up, you.
Hey,
She's laughing at me. This Nightbot's laughing at me.
Of course I'm laughing. It's laughable, Nightbot. But no, it is actually quite interesting.
I've got to make it exciting for chat, you know. This voice change must.
Well,
come.
we are exciting enough. I think they are already laughing at us from their homes.
I think you'll either see it in his lies.
Well, true, but exactly that's the thing. The prosecution will get out of his lies. And can you imagine if he loses control in the middle of court?
Oh.
Can you imagine if the prosecution
We
presses
have-
his button so much that he loses control in front of everybody?
We have another instance where somebody
You're
loses
laughing
control and jumps over the counter and gets the judge.
Do you guys remember that jumper from Las Vegas is going to be the reverse? Instead of jumping to the judge, it's going to be from the witness stand to the prosecutor?
Yeah.
Yeah, and true, Toxic. And I'm not saying like mom is perfect or anything, because there's no perfect people. There's no perfect parents. She had many flaws.
Chicken lips with veins.
But
Dead.
Chicken lips all my days. So like, I don't even know what I'm saying. What was I saying?
Oh, it was so good that in Las Vegas.
Oh,
we need to share that clip. Oh, we have movement.
Well, I'm going to be open paperwork judge today. I have a couple of things to take care of while we wait for Mr. Levine.
I can tell Your Honor that they're working on, I think, some further redactions, because there were some, I'll wait till Mr. Levine gets back.
They have some things to discuss.
I want to listen to this. I'm going back to my seat.
He's checking something. I do not have it on my PC. Where did you say you found it? Sorry, my bad. Still looking for it. Nope, not here. The ones, the phones. You'll have to send that clip, Kay.
Yeah.
Nope, still not found it. I need some exciting dialogue. Yes, I'm a good AI bot. Oh, those are some pictures of when I went on vacation. That's not it. What's this video? Oh no, we can't show that file. Let's try further down.
Can you put the feed up?
Feed?
Look at the screen.
Oh, yeah. So, oh, sorry. I was ad-libbing the judge, and you can't see the judge. I'm sorry. I'm working on it. It might take a little while. So the judge is like looking at his computer for something. So this is what we've been looking at. He cannot find what he's looking for. Oh, nope. They've just decided to like put him back on break. I'm so sorry. You would have had no clue what I was going on about. Reminds me of a time that I was invited to a Zoom meeting with some friends. I didn't realize there was about 30 odd of them. And I got my dad's skeleton hand and waved it in front of the camera. And did like a funny voice. And all these people were just looking at me afterwards. I didn't realize there was about 30 odd of them. Yeah, I was just ad-libbing the judge, looking through his laptop with all his photos and stuff, because he couldn't find what he was looking for. My life has been funny moments like this. Actually, technically, it was my dad's, because he was a. I'm trying to think what the word is for he was training to be. And I'll tell you. Redacting. He had a skeleton foot, but it wouldn't work. Waving my skeleton foot in front of the camera. Oh, I'm trying to think of the. Do you remember what Dad trained to be? Chiropractor, or was it something to do with foot massages?
Podiatrist.
I don't think I can say that word.
Podiatrist. I'll put the name in the chat.
No, it. Right. Nightbot's going to put the name in the chat because me trying to pronounce his name will be hilarious. Stay tuned for me trying to pronounce what my dad actually learned, even though. Pediatrist, I think it is. I think for some reason the O is a E. Give up. I'm so sorry. Anyway. I apologize on my stream for mispronouncing the name of that skill. I'm thinking of a nickname for the judge. I was thinking of one, but I don't know whether it's offensive or not. Wow. Dry air. Blockhead. I don't feel so bad now. I was thinking Elmer Fudd for the judge. Blockhead. Judge Bonnie. Bonnie. Oh my days, I can't read. Judge Bonnie. A Bodney.
Can you write down the nickname?
What, Elmer Fudd?
Please be seated. Thornhill Cross.
Yes, thank you. Detective Peters, I wanted to flesh out some of the things that you mentioned on your direct testimony. And that was included in the ring videos and the text messages.
Okay.
In the ring video from September 8th, where Kathy is talking about, and you know what he's doing at your house? This is with Susan. He's playing video games where he's murdering and torturing people. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And her conversation implied that she sent some screenshots of that video game to Susan to prove her point.
Yes.
Right? And you've looked through the phone downloads?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1 and Defense Exhibit 2 and see if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay. And do those appear to be the screenshots that accompanied the text regarding the video games that Collin was playing?
Yes.
Judge, I believe it's Defense Exhibit 1 and 2.
Any objection despite it's your case right now?
Oh, well,
No, Judge, that's all right.
I should have asked about doing things out of order.
They are received.
So this is Defense Exhibit 1. So take a minute. And do you know anything about this video game that's shown in the screenshot?
I do.
It's a Roblox game, correct?
Correct.
Rated for kids, like, as young
All
as
ages,
10,
up
all
up to
ages.
adults play it.
Right. But it's not limited to, say, adults only because of its violent nature or anything.
Correct.
And I'll show what's been admitted as Defense Exhibit 2. Same video game.
Yes.
So not quite as Kathy described it.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to jump around a little bit. Going back to the house at 77 Hewlett Drive. You said that it did not appear that there had been a long, drawn-out fight throughout the house.
Correct.
But by the same token, if someone is being dragged throughout a house by their hair, wouldn't you expect they would be struggling against that?
Would I expect there to be struggling? Yes.
Unless they were going willingly with the person into
Sure.
throughout the house. Right.
That's the other option, yes.
Right. So if somebody is being dragged unwillingly, and they are struggling, so let's assume that too,
Mhm.
you would expect items in the house to be disturbed.
Possibly.
The blood that was on the backpack that Kathy was seen wearing as she's leaving her house on September 8th. I want to talk a little bit about that. You do know that Collin's phone was found in his car,
Yes.
right? And the 911 call came from Kathy's phone, right?
Yes.
And that means that Collin had to use Kathy's phone to call 911
Yes.
because he was the caller.
Correct.
And it's possible that Kathy's phone was in her backpack, and that Collin had to go into the backpack to find the phone to be able to make the phone call to 911.
It's possible.
The Ring cameras, you said that there were cameras in the five different cameras, one an outdoor, one on the doorbell area,
Yes.
right? Then one in the living room,
Correct.
one in the kitchen,
Correct.
and then one in each of Collin and Kathy's bedrooms.
Yes.
And the Ring videos we've seen are from the kitchen Ring video.
Yes.
Camera, rather. All right, so before we get to more about those Ring videos, you could hear Kathy tell Collin to get out and not come home, correct, on September 7th?
Yes.
And she told him not to come back even if he was bawling his eyes out, right?
Yes.
And she made him or told him to give her his house keys, right?
Give her keys.
Give her the house keys
Yes.
and leave them there.
Yes.
And then from the living room video camera, you can actually see her locking the door behind Collin after he goes outside, correct?
Yes.
So he would not have been able to get back in that locked door.
Unless there's another key outside that I'm not aware of.
The living room video, the living room camera actually faces towards the kitchen. So it's almost the same view, but from the opposite direction.
Right.
There was a point where Kathy was waving her hand in front of, it looked like the TV, but it would also have been in front of the Ring camera.
Yes.
Right before she says, and it's all being recorded on my Ring video.
Yes.
Okay. So she clearly knows how to make sure that some things are captured on that Ring camera.
Yes.
Now, the clips that were shown to the jury both yesterday and today, those aren't everything that happened from September 7th and September 8th, are they?
No.
I'll get to those in a minute. I'm sorry I'm not being very organized here, but before I get to those Ring videos, I want to talk a little bit about the text messages. Okay, so this is sort of a different version of the text messages between Kathy and Collin. It's been marked as Defense Exhibit 3. I'm gonna approach and see if you recognize it. It's just in a little bit more readable format.
Thank you. Yes, I recognize this. Yes.
And even though it's not my case, I'd like to admit into evidence Defense Exhibit 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
All right. I'm going to talk about some of the things that Kathy told to Collin over text message. Okay, so can you see it on your monitor as well?
I can.
Okay, so
It's easier to read on this one.
on the bottom one from September 7th at 7:01 p.m., she talks about wanting him to return the cell phone and the MacBook that were purchased for his education. Then she said, you don't have permission to be at work, which is a probation violation because you refused to do your chores for the day. Are you aware of any probation condition that required him to not be at work?
No.
Okay. So obviously not an accurate statement, right? Then she says, you violated your probation by having physical contact with me. It implies that that happened right before he left, but there was no physical contact that you saw in any Ring video that you've reviewed, right?
No.
I'm in fear for my safety and the safety of the vehicle which you took in, which is in my name. I am canceling the car insurance policy until you are 18. You may not drive the Jetta as long as my name is on the title insurance. So right there, she's telling him it's illegal for him to drive his car, right?
Right.
But then she turns around and says, drive home right now or you're going to be in trouble.
Yes.
Do you know if she ever did cancel his insurance?
I do not have proof that she canceled his insurance, no.
Do you know anything about the title to the car, whose name it was in, anything like that?
I believe it was in Mom's name, and I think Collin's name was on it as well.
So both people's.
Yes.
You are being withdrawn from college as you have shown yourself to be capable of be capable of taking care of chores around the house, and then she lists them. So she was going to prevent him from continuing his college education over chores. At least that's what she claimed.
It appears that way in text.
Okay, that was it on that one. Here it says that it's 8:28. I'm reporting the Jetta stolen. You can't drive the car without insurance and without parental consent. Do you know if she ever reported the Jetta stolen?
I don't have proof of that, no.
And was it even stolen?
No.
Because his name's on the title. And then she talks about communicating with Detective Lacey. You're aware that he had been communicating with Detective Lacey Zanoniani and that she encouraged him to stay at Susan's house.
Yes, through text message.
And Kathy actually talked with Detective Lacey by phone on the 8th before she went to Auburndale, right?
Yes.
And Detective Zanoniani told her to stay home. You don't need to go up there. Let Collin stay with Susan.
I don't know if it's those exact words, but something of that context, yes.
Then right here, Kathy is threatening to close his Bank of America account so he doesn't have access to save money to put gas in his car, right?
Well, I don't know the reason, but it is saying I am closing your bank account since it's tied to my name.
Okay. The top message talks about how Collin's probation paperwork says he cannot leave the county without her unless it's for school. There was a screenshot of the pink paper that we talked about that specifically says he can leave the county to visit his grandmother, Susan Detman, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of the 751 plan that existed between Susan and Kathy, where each could have custody of him and it would be perfectly legal?
Yes, I'm aware of it.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 6, 7, 8, and 9. You may not recognize them, but take a look. See if you do.
Thank you. So this would be the 751. This is the first time I'm seeing it, but I'm aware of it. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd like to admit into evidence those exhibits I just mentioned. It's the signed paperwork filed with the Charlotte County Clerk of Court, so I think you could take judicial notice of them as well.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
Okay, I'm going to publish them then. So the first document is a co-petition to establish temporary custody of minor children by extended family. And you would agree that it was signed and notarized by several people, right?
Yes.
Including Collin Griffith and Susan Detman.
Correct.
The next document is entitled Agreement and Consent to a Petition under 751. Also signed by Collin Griffith and Susan Detman, along with attorney Jeffrey Rapkin.
Yes.
That was Defense Exhibit 7. Defense Exhibit 9 is the acknowledgement of service of these documents signed by Collin Griffith.
Yes.
Okay, and that was December 10th of 2023?
Yes.
And then the final document, which is Defense Exhibit 8, so out of order. It's an order granting the joint petition. Signed by Judge Mary Evans on, no, what does it say? What was filed I thought it said it on here.
I think it's under the signature.
Okay. It is. I can't read it.
January something of 2024, I believe.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. January in 2024. Okay, suffice it to say that everybody was on board with both Susan and Kathy being able to make decisions for Collin and have custody of him.
It appeared so, yes.
Oh, yes, the pink paper with the permission to be out of county to visit the grandmother. It says that we'll notify Monique. You're aware that Collin did in fact notify his probation officer by email
Yes.
that he was going to Susan's.
Yes.
And it was a weekend, so she wouldn't have answered the phone at her
There
office.
wasn't a response.
Then Kathy says that she's going to call the police and send them. She didn't ever call the police that you know of to send them to pick Collin up.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Then there's some texts about selling his car, and it's right here. Is that where it was? Okay, here we go. Second one, where she claims she had gone up to Auburndale, tried to get into the community. The gates wouldn't let her in. She's at the dealership in Lakeland. All this elaborate explanation of how she's going to get rid of his car, but none of that was true either, was it?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Well, we see her on Ring video at
Correct.
all hours up until mid to late afternoon on the 8th,
Right,
right?
and that was at 10:54 a.m.
Here she talks about Epic Towing. So she even comes up with the name of a tow company that's going to go pick up the car, and a specific amount of time within which they'll be there. That wasn't true either, was it?
I don't have proof that she called a towing company, no.
Or that a towing company showed up
No.
in Auburndale.
I don't have proof of that, no.
So suffice it to say, a lot of the things that Kathy claimed were just simply untrue.
Empty threats, yeah.
Are you aware of some texts between Kathy and Collin in late August of 2024 where she tells him that she's feeling down again and is maybe going to go into a facility for a while?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as defense exhibits 4 and 5.
Yes, I'm aware of that. Yes. Yes.
And they appear to be the texts from Kathy to Collin.
Yes, it does.
Like to admit to evidence defense exhibit 4 and 5.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are received.
Publish them real quickly. So down here on 7/24, no, that's not the one. Oh, that was the one. So it wasn't a week or so before. It was over a month before. But she's telling her son, just so you know, I'm not doing so good. I just had a long conversation with my mom, and she was basically my mom. She told me that she has stage 3 cancer. She's in Georgia, and she's not going to help me with DVC. Do you know what DVC is? It's a Disney Vacation Club.
Oh, I know what that is, but I didn't know the abbreviation for it.
And that she could care less. And so in response, I got really upset and quit my job. And sorry, so this was not related to her mental health. It was about her quitting her job. Are you aware that she actually quit her job or did not quit her job?
I'm not aware. I don't have proof she quit her job.
And then also on July 24th, Kathy talks about how she sold the house and that this story about how somebody's assumed the mortgage and she was going to move out. Any proof that any of that was true?
No, ma'am.
And on Defense Exhibit 5, she says that she spoke with Dr. Goldstein today, and Dr. Goldstein wanted Kathy to go to an inpatient facility for some time, and that she was thinking about doing that. So that's what we were talking about Kathy communicating her mental health issues with her son.
Intensive therapy, it says, yes.
But inpatient for 72 hours or so.
Yes.
The Ring videos that were played, you already said they didn't include everything that happened that day. There are actually some parts that I wanted to see if you remember seeing. One is from September 7th, where Kathy is trying to get a lid off a cup. Do you remember that part?
Vaguely.
And she then starts yelling at Collin and blaming him for cutting her hand.
Vaguely.
Okay.
I'd have to see it again.
Okay, well, that's what I'm hoping to do. This is Defense Exhibit 10. Do you have any objection to it?
No, it's
Judge, I'm going to publish
You're
just,
offering it?
yes, I'm offering it into evidence, Defense Exhibit 10. It's a portion of the Ring video from September 7th, 2024.
You have no objection.
I don't object.
It is received.
And I'm only going to play a portion of it because a lot of it duplicates what has already been shown.
Okay, definitely not Collin. Wow, I can't even open it. Collin, don't ever close my cups that fucking tight. I can't even get the fucking lid off. I just cut my hand. Jesus Christ. I'm a full-blown sweat from trying to open a fucking cup.
In that clip, does it appear that Kathy actually cut her hand?
Doesn't appear so.
And then finally on September 8th, we saw a lot of clips of Kathy on the phone with a variety of people, right?
Yes.
Do you remember a portion that was left out of the exhibit that was already entered into evidence where Kathy says it's not about to be a threat, it's about to be real shortly before she leaves the house?
I think that was played. I think that was played from the kitchen. There's two areas that you can get that same audio from, the living room and the kitchen. I think that was played.
Okay. Well, I'm going to play it again just in case.
Yes, ma'am.
But this is Defense Exhibit 11 from September 8th. I would like to offer it into evidence and just play a portion of it.
Any objection?
That's fine.
It is received. Excuse me.
Thank you. 2130.
how he's better off at your house, where he's killing people, pretend, and making fun of it, and kidnapping them, and having them tied to little chairs while he tortures them and kills them with other people in this same story that he has. I sent you pictures.
It's 21:30. That's okay. That's good.
It's not about to be a threat, it's about to be real.
And I apologize if that had already been played.
Yeah, it was played on the other one.
Detective Peters, when you were shown pictures of Kathy and Collin on various trips, you said that they appeared happy. In some of these clips and in some of the text messages that the jury's seen today, Kathy appears quite angry, correct?
Yeah, she appears frustrated. Yeah, angry.
Angry. And it was in that state that she left her house and went to Auburndale against advice from several people, right?
I don't know who the several people are, but she did leave at that time to go to Auburndale, yes.
And she was yelling on her way out the door.
Yes.
But you're aware that several people told her not to go to Susan's house and to let Collin stay there.
Detective Lacey, yes.
And Susan.
Susan.
Yeah. So at least two people.
Yes.
But she ignored them.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, I don't think. I could have one. Nothing else?
Redirect?
Nothing further, Judge.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
For
today.
For today.
All right. If you're needed back, you'll get a call.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Levine?
Judge, that will conclude the witnesses for today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for the weekend. Remember not to start to think about how you might decide the case. Again, we cannot talk about the case with anything up. Remember to be careful with the news. Enjoy your weekend, and we will see you Monday morning at 8:30.
All rise, please. Okay, be seated.
Anything before the weekend recess?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, everybody, enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Two.
Well, we're at the point where everybody's going to enjoy their weekend. What a thrilling day that was. My days, to have the live audio of his mom with all the struggles of trying to get him back from his mom's. That was wild. I think when she was doing the dishes and hurt her own hand, she must have been really angry and something mustn't have been placed right. And that's how she cut her hand. Wow. Let's have a look at the notes. Just the stuff that Collin came out with to police officers. He openly admitted that he would stab her in the same car. It's just crazy. And then he openly denied something, but I forgot what it was. I think he denied saying something later that he'd already said this that was on record. Come to the guilty side. Oh man, there's just no question that this guy's guilty. And yeah, his mom also said some interesting things as well. She said she wanted him back for 10 p.m. or he's dead to her, and like unalive to her. Sorry. Yeah, but she gets really irate, but it's understandable. She has a lot of pressure. She has a lot of jobs, and he could have helped her with those, but he just decided not to. So, why did he decide not to do anything? Was it because he was having such a hard time at work that he got sacked? And yeah, so he decided to go over his mom's house. But you should have friends that would maybe want to come over, but did he have friends though? Yeah. There was so many conversations where she just got sick and hung up the phone. She was calling her mom, her grandma. It's just absolutely crazy.
Oh, Chad. Go feed.
Okay. Yeah, killed the feed.
Unalive the feed.
Unalive the feed. Oh, my days. I cannot get that right. Yeah. So where was I? I'm trying to. I had the bit where Collin actually lied to his mom about what had happened to his job as well. Maybe you off them too. That's funny. Oh, here it is. He lied about going to work on that day. So instead of going to work, he got sacked. Yeah. Interestingly, the detectives saw everything he needed to see from the texts as well. Yeah. According to a thing called Cellbrite, which is interesting. I think Nightbot needs to have a look at that program, Cellbrite. Yeah, I just think there's a lot of things he told lies about. You're right, Kay. It's interesting some of the defense remarks though. Like she said she was going to a facility or something like that, or she was selling the house, or she quit her job. Did you know this? Did you know that? And the police just didn't have a clue. So they might have to go into that in the next day. But I don't think the dishes clip was really convincing of her cutting her own hand, and I just don't know what that was trying to prove. If anyone wants to correct me on that, feel free. I like it, and Nightbot's just Nick New. I think that covers everything from this day. I mean, I've probably got some notes I left out, but TCA will get that in on the next feed. Yeah, she says either cover that by tomorrow or Monday. So you will be all covered. And with that, I think it's time to end the stream. Yeah, I do think he manipulated everyone and lied to everyone. That's probably why he didn't have many friends. But yeah. Okay. See you all later. Tomorrow. And we'll wait for Nightbot's last comment. Bye, everyone. Now I've got to figure out how to end the stream.